His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Zayed.
Happy Saturday morning from beautiful Lumberton, North Carolina, as President Trump is back on the campaign trail. My name is Brian Glenn. There you go.
And I'm Alex Caldwell here, coming from Lumberton, North Carolina. And we've got a very special guest coming up with us very soon, Michael Whatley. He is the head of the Republican Party here in North Carolina. We will have an interview with him fairly shortly.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how many people you can wrangle up for interviews as we get ready, as the president will take the stage at around 12:30 and deliver what traditionally has been about an hour and a half of a speech. And of course, this comes off the heels of, once again, an amazing debate that we saw the other night. And you and I have been talking about this debate, how he came out very reserved, did not interrupt very much at all, I guess, courtesy of the mute button, of course, but that helped the president get his message across, and we think he had an outstanding debate.
He really did. And you know, my favorite thing that he said out of that whole debate was, I ran because of you. I ran because of Joe Biden. I ran because of Obama and their poor leadership. And you know what? I think we owe Barack Obama a huge thank you, because without him, we would have never had President Donald Trump. If Obama had lost, we would have had Romney. And we've got Romney in the Senate right now. He is a rhino, he is a never-Trumper, and he is flip-flopping on everything he once believed in. A crooked politician, everything wrong with Washington, D.C. So I guess we should be thankful that Barack Obama won. I mean, God works in mysterious ways.
He does. God does work in his mysterious ways. And as you can see behind us, the crowd is starting to build. They just opened up the doors here to public about 45 minutes ago. So they anticipate once again another packed rally for Donald Trump. Now, if you're joining us via Facebook, thank you very much. We appreciate everyone on there. Of course, this is a viewer-supported network. And so Alex and I were talking earlier how important it is for you at home to donate what you can, because it takes a lot of resources to move our crews. And we've got crews all around the country right now, as President Trump has done 3 or 4 rallies a day. And of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network, we're at every single one of them. So thanks to you, you're allowing us to bring the news of conservatism and the true news of these rallies. But let's get into how people can give at home and help out our cause.
All right, so if you could please help us out, you can go to rsbnetwork.com on our website. Now, if you are not able to get into our website, please try again later, because sometimes it tends to have a little bit of traffic. You can also donate to us in the live chat as well, but keep in mind that YouTube takes 30% of it, because that is their commission cut. They make 30%. So if you would like 30% to go to YouTube, you can also do that there. You can also mail a donation to us as well. If you go 1550 Opelika Road, that's spelled Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Now keep in mind, right after this, I am heading off to the airport to get to Manchester, New Hampshire. And I'm not the only one. Yeah. We've got people all around the country doing Trump rally after Trump rally. We get virtually no sleep. We're on plane after plane. And if you can imagine, that's a lot of rallies. That costs a lot of money to get there. Actually, $5,000 to $7,000 per rally to get there. Yeah. And you think about how many he's having. He's eventually going to have 5, 6 a day in the coming weeks. That's a lot of rallies. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. We were in Carson City. I had a gentleman come up to me and handed me $300. And he goes, you know what? I'm just not just throwing money at you for your cause. I'm throwing money at you for conservatism. And he said, look, you pay your electric bill, you pay your water bill, and you pay your bill for freedom and conservatism. And that's exactly what we're doing here at Right Side Broadcasting. So go to our website as well, and you can always, there's donation link tabs on there as well. Or like Alex said, you can mail a check in if you like. But any donation helps out, no matter how small or large. It all goes to a great cause. And like he said, it takes a lot to move these crews across the country, especially in these very crucial 10 days before the election. And of course, and we'll get all into this as we'll bring you nonstop coverage for the next 3 to 4 hours. We'll talk about the poll numbers, or the lack of validity of the poll numbers, in my opinion. We'll talk about who's leading, who's trending. We'll talk about the message that we all heard the other night during the debate. But I want to go ahead and bring in our first guest. He is the chairman of the Republican Party here in North Carolina. Mike, thanks for coming on.
Absolutely happy to be here. It's a great day to have a Trump rally.
Okay, let's talk about North Carolina. Just off on the side note, before we came on, you were talking about the state. You guys have been in a lockdown. I used to live in North Carolina years ago. It's a beautiful state, good people here. What is the state of this state?
Well, we've got a governor who absolutely wants to keep the economy locked down, and we were the last state in the entire country to open our gyms. We're the last state to move to phase 3, and now he's trying to go back to it. And now that the polling has turned negative on his handling of COVID, he's actually trying to get the counties to do it instead. So he wants to pass the buck as well, which is pretty reprehensible.
Absolutely. And of course, my home state is Texas. And of course, you're in Pennsylvania when I first met Alex. And by the way, this is my second trip here with Right Side, and I'm happy to be here. And so my first time I've ever worked with you. You was telling me about Pennsylvania. You guys are in major lockdowns as well. So you can identify what's going on here in North Carolina.
Oh, exactly. Bars can't serve alcohol past 10 o'clock. Which makes absolutely no sense. Does the virus come out at a bar past 10 o'clock if you serve alcohol?
10:01, it's very deadly at 10:01. Yes, it is.
Yes. Oh, it makes no sense. Our governor doesn't seem to know what he's doing. We had nursing homes. He forced COVID patients into nursing homes. The nursing homes couldn't turn them away. And then everybody in the nursing homes died. And our health secretary took mother out of the nursing home right before they put everybody in the nursing home, and they all died. Yeah. That's the leadership we have in our state right now.
Well, driving around the state from just down I-95 south to here yesterday, we noticed a lot of Trump signs.
Oh, yeah.
And am I in Trump country right now?
You are absolutely in the heart of Trump country. I mean, we're so excited about this. The enthusiasm, I was lucky enough to help him in 2016 here. The enthusiasm is as high as I've ever seen it. We're seeing massive crowds. We had one in Gaston County on Wednesday with 28,000 people showed up. And, that's the biggest political event we've ever had in the history of North Carolina. And we're going to see him here a couple more times, I would expect. And obviously, we've got a great crowd building here this morning. And no, this is absolutely Trump country.
So as you talk to voters around the state, what are you finding, what's their concern? I know that we did some research last night, and it seems like a lot of people in this area, the Green New Deal, the environmental thing, yes, we want clean air and clean water, but it's really about law and order for the most part, and not defunding our police, but supporting our police. But what are you hearing out?
The biggest thing is going to be jobs, right? We have the jobs president, and we need to make sure that we're moving away from these national lockdowns. We need to be able to get our kids back in school. We need to get the economy rolling again. And the black back the blue. The president is going to support our law officers. We have never seen anything like the Democrat candidates from the top of the ballot all the way down in their defund the police and their push against law enforcement officers. We need to be able to support those guys to have safe communities.
Yeah, I agree. And it seems like this younger generation that's coming up, and of course we see a lot of them. I might be the oldest person that actually works for Right Side, now that I think about it, Alex, so I'm the older guy here. But I love seeing these young conservatives come into the movement, because it is important that we really get these ideals of what America is fundamentally about, and we instill that in the young people so they can carry the torch.
Yeah, there's no question. And the president's initiative to teach patriotic and teach American history at school is absolutely fundamental to that. And I think it's a really good push for him to do. Right here in North Carolina, we have a lot of support. We have a lot of patriotism. We've got a tremendous military community between our soldiers, military families, and vets. And nobody stood taller for those guys, really, than Tom Tillis in the Senate, Richard Hudson in the House, and President Trump.
Yeah. You got anything?
North Carolina is a big swing state this election. 15 electoral votes. Whoever wins North Carolina has a really good shot at winning the election. Now, polling has shown that Biden is ahead by about a point or so, and the Real Clear Politics average. What do you think is going to be the case on November 3rd? Do you think that's going to hold true?
No, I think we won this state by about 3.5 points in 2016, 3.5. And all of our metrics that we're seeing right now put us in better shape than that. We're doing better in early voting and absentee voting than we did in 2016. We're doing better in terms of the activity on the ground. We've got 10,000 volunteers that are out there canvassing this state today. We've already knocked on 10 million, or we've had 10 million voter contacts. We've knocked on over over 3 million doors. The enthusiasm is absolutely through the roof. So I think we're going to have a better day than we did in 2016.
Yeah, I noticed some of the new voter registration stats in certain states, and you guys have done really well of registering Republicans, outperforming Democrats' new registration. And you've seen that North Carolina is one of those states where it's like Florida and Texas, where people are moving from the Oregon, the Washington, the Californias of the world. They're moving to states like North Carolina. Now, it's important that you guys make sure they don't bring the dumpster fire that they left and try to recreate that here in your state.
Yeah, look, I think that since July 4th, we've had about 76,000 Republican registrations, 38,000 Democrats, so 2 to 1. Yep. Since 2016, we've seen over 200,000 votes swing. And I think that, yeah, we are getting a lot of people that move into Charlotte and Raleigh, but we've got a lot of new voters that are in areas like here in Robeson County.
Absolutely. We probably have a lot of viewers right now watching us from North Carolina. And, of course, I lived in Dare County in the Outer Banks for a number of years. I enjoyed that area. Can you talk a little bit about Dare County and tourism? Was it hurt at all during COVID and, of course, travel restrictions? Can you give me any kind of economic numbers from that area of the country?
Yeah, well, look, we had a tremendous hit when we had a shutdown, and really it hurt them that they couldn't get the hotels, they couldn't get the restaurants, and the entire economy is there. They're doing much better now, but still they're hurting. You know, we're only operating at 50% capacity because of the governor's lockdowns. So those types of areas are going to hurt. And all across the state, North Carolina is one of only a few states that really is not growing jobs right now. The rest of the economy, the president's added 11 million jobs over the last couple of months. We're not seeing that here. We need to get this state open. When Dan Forrest wins the governorship, he said the first thing he's going to do is open up the state and open up the economy, and we need that shot in the arm.
We do now. We need brave politicians to come out here and open up the economy. Now, you've been to numerous Trump events. You've introduced him on stage. For those at home that maybe this is the first time they're watching, what is it like to be at a Trump rally?
There is nothing like a Trump rally. I tell you what, it is patriotism, it is America, it is excitement, all wrapped into one. He is the consummate showman, but there's also real substance when he talks. That he has an agenda that he's been very clear about. He's going to unleash the American economy, rebuild our military, put America first, and that comes through with every single speech that he has. But it is a real slice of America to see the crowds and see the people come out. I mean, here, 10 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, and we're going to have 5,000 people out here today.
Yeah. We want to thank you for the beautiful weather you've given us. It's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much. God bless. How can people find you and get more information about the Republican Party here in North Carolina?
They can go to our website at nc.gop, and we'd be glad to get people plugged in and hooked up and volunteering, and we're really excited about what's going to happen on November 3rd.
Yeah, so are we. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Good luck the rest of the day. And, of course, that's just an example, really, Alex, of what you find here at a Trump rally. You've got a lot of people walking around, politicians, you got a lot of military. And if you've never been to a Trump rally, please go onto the website, find the rally nearest your hometown, and whatever you got to do, just drive and get to it, because it is such the experience.
And later on, we do have a very special interview coming to you guys with Congressman Richard Hudson from the 8th Congressional District. He will be up here speaking to us fairly shortly. He's set to arrive here within the next several minutes, so we'll be happy to bring you coverage of that event. Now, before we go any further, I would like to thank our partner for today, iTarget Pro. And one of the things that we have around the country right now, we have innocent people falling victim to violent crimes, intimidation, and all sorts of harassment by the left who advocate for defunding the police. I mean, we've seen our cities just burning and being absolutely destroyed. And when the government says they won't protect you, they can't protect you. I mean, look at Minneapolis, what's been happening there. You can't protect your family because the government won't let you. You've got one option. Now, you might not be able to shoot very well. You might not know exactly what you're doing, and there is a Target Pro was invented. So using their proprietary app at Laser Bullet, you can now train safely with the convenience of your own home, where you're actually training in your own home with a firearm. So iTarget comes in all major calibers. You can use a .223, you can use a .556, and you can stay sharp with almost any firearm, practicing with that. So
and of course, actually, ammunition is very expensive. So this is a way to practice without using a lot of the expensive ammunition. So it just makes sense. It's a very common sense, and we love iTarget Pro. They are one of the partners here at Right Side Broadcasting, and because of them, we can bring all this coverage to you. So we definitely want to thank them. And also, I believe there's a promo code for that.
There is. So if you go to their website right now, you can get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. So that is SAVE10. If you go to itargetpro.com, spelled I, the letter I, targetpro.com. Check out their website, and it gives you practice. You're in your home, you can practice home turf. If somebody breaks in, you know the layout of your home, you know what you're doing. You don't have to worry about being nervous. Maybe you're a first-time shooter. Maybe no one's ever broken into your house before. Now you know what you're doing. You have some practice with it. It can give you some peace of mind.
Absolutely. It's amazing how many new gun owners have come to enjoy their Second Amendment in the last couple years. They've seen record applications for gun permits. So go out there and check it out. iTarget and practice and be prepared in case you have to defend yourself. Well, setting the scene again, we are live Lumberton, North Carolina, just south of Fayetteville, and just a great community. And it seems like the Lord ordered up some great sunshine for us today, expecting temperatures to be in the low 80s and full sunshine all day as we make our way through the Trump rally here. He is scheduled to take the stage at 12:30, and typically, Alex, he does talk for about an hour and a half.
He does, and he typically tends to hit a lot of the media being as fake as they are. He likes to talk on that. He talks about the economy. He talks about his response to COVID. And of course, you have to talk a little bit about the Democrats and the stuff that they have been doing. He tends to hit all of those points, and I think he hits the hammer on the nail every single time he speaks. And he really knows how to work a crowd. You go to a Joe Biden rally, all 5 people there, and sometimes nobody's even at the Joe Biden rally, like in the case of Arizona. They did a joint rally with him and Kamala Harris. Nobody showed up, and they have him leading in the state. But you go to a Joe Biden rally, and everybody's asleep. Everybody in the audience is sound asleep. They don't know what he's saying. Joe Biden doesn't know what he's saying because he's in another land somewhere. And you go to a Trump rally, the energy here, the people here, so much excitement, so much love and passion.
It's definitely a different vibe here, and we saw that during the debate the other night. And Trump says, look, if you want to go hide in your basement for the next 10 days, or you've been doing it for 8 months, the American people do not want to hide in their basement. They want to open up their business. They want to go to church. They want to worship, they want to work, they want to go to school, they want to live our lives. And of course, by all means, we're using common sense. If you're a high-risk person, you live in an area that's infected highly with COVID-19, then by all means use common sense with that. But I think shutting down the economy again was that is not an option under President Trump. Now, of course, that is an option if Biden is elected.
Well, the science now is saying that we shouldn't lock down, that we should open things back up, that we know what we're doing now. Towards the beginning, we understand it. We didn't know what was happening. We didn't know anything about this disease. We had to do the lockdowns. But now we know about the disease. We know the fatality rate, very, very low. And yet, the Democrats want to keep the economy shut down. But the science is saying that we should open up places, that we should open up. We should keep schools open. So what happened to believe the science?
Well, and I also think the effects of locking our society down, mental health issues, unemployment, obviously suicide rates have spiked in certain age groups. I think it was like 1 in 4 teens contemplated suicide at one point. So there is some price to pay for shutting all this down, but hopefully we can move forward. And of course, as more states open up, like we just heard momentarily a few minutes ago about North Carolina getting back open. I know that when you go back home to Pennsylvania, you told us when we're up, we go to I think Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, you said be prepared, go eat early, because guess what, if you want to eat at 10 o'clock at night, you can't do that. Each state is battling their own issues, and here in North Carolina, they've got some work to do there, but hopefully the president and along with the governor can start to open this thing up.
It's a disgrace, honestly, what's happening around the country, and especially in our state. I've seen so many businesses just go away, so many people out of work. And I don't think it's fair to people with schools, for instance, I don't think parents should have to choose whether or not they work or whether or not they stay home to give their kids an education because the schools refuse to open. And the science is saying that we can open schools, that we have the resources to open schools, yet they don't want to open schools. Purely political. I guarantee you, November 4th, everything will open up. There'll be no coronavirus. It never happened. The Democrats will deny that it ever happened.
Let's step aside and give them a view of what's going on. The crowd is starting to build here, and you can see some intro videos on the telescreen here as well. Like you said earlier, expecting about 5,000 people into this area, all in support of the president. Now, typically they have a few guest speakers will come out beforehand and say a few words to get the crowd fired up. Of course, they got the disco music and all this stuff pumping. It is like a concert. It is like a party. It is like a rally, and that's just what you get here at a Trump rally. And we are happy that we are here, and we're happy for you. And to remind everybody, all you have to do is go to our website and do all you can to donate, because we are bringing this coverage to you live and uninterrupted for the entire time, which I've been in this industry for 20 plus years, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's nobody else doing what we're doing right now. And there's tons of Right Side Broadcasting fans out here. We've got a gentleman yelling at us to doing the camera so he can, I don't know if he can pan over there, but we've got a lot of Right Side Broadcasting fans out here, and because of you, we can do this. So thank you so much for your donations. And what your donation does is it gets the crews around the country. It's very expensive to fly everybody, the hotels, the rental cars, all the gear, all that takes to bring this. So your donation, no matter how large or how small, goes a long way. So please, the website for people to donate.
rsbnetwork.com/donate.
So please share this broadcast with your friends right now. And if you've got a Trump fan, if you've got somebody that's perhaps on the fence, this might be a good time to say, you know what, let's go ahead and check out this Trump rally. There might be a few messages that you might like. So this is a great opportunity to share this broadcast, tag a friend in the comments, and tell everyone you know, hey, go log on to Right Side right now and watch this Trump rally. We'll step back in here for just a few minutes and remind everybody as well that coming up until Election Day, Alex, we've got crews. My schedule is through Wednesday, and I think I'm up in Lansing on Wednesday, but I don't know where I'm going afterwards. And the reason for that is we want to make sure we cover wherever the president's at, we're going to be at as well.
Oh, exactly. And it's a lot to try to get to those rallies. We've got to book. Our CEO doesn't sleep. I don't think he's slept within the past several months trying to get us to these events because there's so many, and a lot of them are announced very late in the game, so we have to book airfare. It's very, very expensive, and we try to get to these rallies because who else is going to cover the rallies the way that we do? Do you think CNN is going to?
This is unprecedented, the way we cover this thing bell to bell now. I want to bring up one thing before we kind of get off started on this, is back in 2016, roughly 30 million Christians did not vote in that election. Now, that's 30 million Christians, and 30 million in such a tight race now that we have can mean the difference whether or not Trump wins or Trump loses. So my encouragement is that everyone right now, on this Saturday morning, when you go to church tomorrow, encourage everyone to vote. If your church is not open, encourage your pastor to do whatever he can to open that church. Set up a tent. I see a lot of worship tents outside. They're doing a lot of virtual worships as well. But it's very important that we get the evangelical vote out for this election. That is critical, because 30 million people did not vote in 2016. That's a lot.
That is a lot of people, but I think right now this election is going to be very different than 2016. I think in many ways it will be similar. Right now I think President Trump has a very good shot at winning, and I think he is going to win. I think he's going to upset the polls, and the media, of course, they're never going to see it coming because they all live in D.C. with their heads in the pollsters that never get anything right.
Very disconnected to the real world, I would think.
Very disconnected. But we've seen a lot of people registering to vote who prior weren't registered. I mean, just since 2016 in my state of Pennsylvania, 180,000 people registered for the Republican Party who didn't vote in 2016. Only 90,000 people registered for the Democrat Party since 2016. We are ahead 90,000 people registered. Now, that shouldn't discourage anybody from voting. That means we should vote, because I think this is going to end up being like 2016. Oh, the people might think that we're up or down in the polls. They won't vote.
Yeah.
Vote, because nothing is ever guaranteed. 2016 taught us that. Make sure to vote.
And I like seeing areas that traditionally you might be a very liberal area. Did you see what President Trump was in Newport Beach the other day? The parade, the people lining PCH there was something I've never seen before, and people in Orange County have never seen before. So you're starting to see some areas that perhaps was traditionally blue, or places that you would not think the president would be popular. Well, that's turning as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who might not have liked Trump in 2016, maybe they voted third party, maybe they even voted for Hillary. Mm-hmm. I think his record speaks for itself. Maybe they don't like his character. I personally think he has a pretty decent character. I like him. I think he's done a lot of good. But some people who might not be a fan of it, his policy speaks for itself. Yeah. He's done a lot of good for them, and I think a lot of people are waking up and seeing that. I mean, I watched a lot of Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro, and he's even saying, oh, I didn't support Trump in 2016. I do now. A lot of people didn't support Trump in 2016. They voted for Gary Johnson. They voted for Hillary. And they support him now.
I always tell people, vote policies over the person, because if you can find a platform that you like, you can find, let's just say, the pro-life, the right to life. If that's important to you, but you may not like the president as far as his personalities, or maybe he tweets too much, which I think is the most... The people who say the president tweets too much should just get off Instagram, because they're probably Instagram too much. I mean, the obsession with how many times he tweets is the most... It's not even logical. It's not even logical. What he's tweeting is he's tweeting the truth. Is what he's tweeting half the time. The stuff that the other media here just simply won't cover. So find the policy that you identify with. Find something in your life that is important to you. If you're a hunter, if we've got some hunters, and we have the iTarget, one of our sponsors here. If you're someone who is a gun enthusiast and you enjoy sports shooting, you love hunting, whatever, guess what? The radical left wants to take your guns away. And that's just not rhetoric. That's fact. And they said that. I mean, do you remember when Beto said, hell yeah, we're going to get your AR-15? Do you remember that?
I do.
I remember that. And being in Texas, that did not resonate well with a lot of people. So I encourage you to find what you're about. What is your center? Is it faith? Trump's it. If it's your Second Amendment, Trump's it. Freedom of speech? Trump's it. Pro-business? Trump is it. Pro-America? Trump is it. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? The thing you say about his character, you shouldn't vote for somebody based off of character. And they say, oh, I don't like President Trump's character. I'm going to vote for the character Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a nice guy. Really? The character of Joe Biden. Okay, you were just talking about hunters. I'll give you a hunter. Hunter Biden, getting rich off of his father. Getting rich off of the dealings, selling access to his father, essentially. Joe Biden telling people, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Fall in line.
The pandering is at an all-time high for Joe Biden. Of course, we saw that with Cardi B. And anybody who brings Cardi B to for the DNC to speak on anybody's house, that's just pandering. And we've talked about how, he's a typical politician, and Donald Trump called that out the other night. He said, you know what, you're standing there talking and sounding like a typical politician.
Mm-hmm. And why is he making Cardi B? Honestly, I don't want to try to give Joe Biden advice here, but why would you ever make Cardi B a face on your campaign? She doesn't have women's best. She makes women look bad.
Yeah,
she doesn't make women look good.
And
why would she be a role model?
I don't know. And remember, it was a while back that she actually complained about her taxes being too high in New York City, and that, where's my tax dollars go to? Well, guess what, Cardi B? We can tell you exactly where your taxpayer, it goes to the pockets of our politicians and corrupt agendas on that. So please be mindful of who you watch on social media. I've got 3 kids, 19, 16, and 14, all pretty much can decipher what is real, what is fake news, what is just hype, and what, and they're very grounded spiritually. But there's a lot of young people out there that are just getting they're being misinformed. I'll give you a great example. My parents had no idea about this laptop from Hunter Biden, had no idea about the email scandal. Now that just goes to show how many millions of people out there, we know what it is, because we research things and we dig for information. But there's a lot of people out there that just absolutely do not dig. They take the headline on Facebook, they take the headline on Twitter, and they run with it.
Well, and I blame that on the media. Joe Biden was coming out, he was getting ice cream, and of course, they didn't ask him the tough questions. They didn't mention Hunter. They said, what's your favorite flavor ice cream? How's the ice cream here? And then one reporter did ask, it's something about Hunter, and then Joe Biden ran away. Now, nobody else asked about Hunter. They're all asking him his favorite ice cream. If that exact same scandal came out with Donald Trump Jr. and Donald Trump, and they asked them about ice cream and they didn't ask about that scandal, they'd be fired.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're dealing with the media. There is a double standard. They give Joe a free pass on everything.
Yeah, it's amazing how they ran with the Russian collusion and the Ukraine collusion really quick on that. No verifiable evidence, no nothing. They ran with it, mainstream media. But then with the Biden laptop, it's crickets and tumbleweeds, which I think is very, very interesting with that, because there is substantial evidence, and Rudy Giuliani has done amazing work uncovering all of these emails and all of this stuff. And so for that to be discarded, but you run with this Russian hoax, and you basically take us through a $30+ million tax bill or legal bill on investigating all of this. It's a waste of time, a waste of money. So you just got to be real careful where you get your news from.
Well, it's Russia, Russia, Russia. They come out with something that's bad for the Democrats, so they blame Russia every single time. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
And if we remember back to the Mueller investigation, they did this 3-year-long investigation. I think they spent over $40 million on this sham investigation. The only thing they found out was that the Democrats colluded with Russia, not Trump. I mean, why would Russia even want Trump to win? He's been very hard on Russia.
Absolutely.
He armed the Ukrainians that Obama refused to do. Why would Russia want him? I mean, Joe has been cozy to Russia and Ukraine as well. Hillary gave them 20% of our uranium.
Yeah.
Why would they like Trump? Why would Iran like Trump? They like Biden.
Yeah.
Why would Iran like the guy who took away the Iran nuclear deal that gave them $150 billion? Obama said, don't build nukes, and they used that money to build nukes.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Just to reset the scene here, we are live in Lumberton, North Carolina, awaiting Trump to take the stage around 12:30. Typically talks for about an hour and a half. I am Brian Glenn. This is Alex Caldwell. We are here with Right Side Broadcasting. So glad you're joining us today. For social media, you can find me at Brian Glenn TV, at Brian Glenn TV. That's BrianGlenn TV. It's across the board: YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. I'm on all of them, and I know that you are too.
I do have a Twitter. It is Real A Caldwell. That is at Real A Caldwell. Now, sometimes it doesn't always show up on Twitter. I don't think they like me very much. But if you look up Real A Caldwell, I'm sure you can find my Twitter handle on there. And you can also follow our company at RSB Network on Twitter. And I know they post updates all the time. They tell us when rallies are. And we've actually had a retweet from President Trump. And that is so cool to have the president retweet you. I can't even imagine what our CEO is thinking at the moment, seeing that they retweeted the company. That is so fantastic.
Got to feel pretty hyped to do that. Hey, let us know where you're watching us in the comments. Tag a friend down below. Tag your location down below as well. We want to know kind of where our reach is. Now, we've got people watching us from around the world. Now, when we were in Carson City, I remember after the broadcast, we had over 1.1 million views on the Facebook algorithms, the way they add everything up, and of course well over 900,000 people watching us on YouTube as well. So we certainly appreciate all of your involvement on our platforms. Let me step aside and kind of show the crowd front starting to get a little bit more and more. Of course, it's starting to heat up a little bit. I wore a jacket this morning because it was a little cool, but that's not the case right now. But guess what? I'm going to keep it on, because the President of the United States is going to be taking the stage, and I can't wait. And if this is the first time you guys have ever logged on to Right Side Broadcasting, thank you so much. Go like our page if you stumbled across me or some of the other people feeding the broadcast here. Like the page, follow us on all the social media, and by all means, I want to reiterate one more time, we're only doing this because of you. Your donations go so far. And Alex, we've talked about the expenses it takes to fly our crews around the country, rent-a-cars, hotels, equipments, airfares, the whole bit. It takes a lot. And it's guys like that. I think we're going to show a family down there waving hi to us, Right Side Broadcasting. I will say this, I joined this crew. Thank you. We joined this. Thank you. I joined this crew back in Carson City, and I came from kind of more of a mainstream media platform. And I'll tell you, Alex, and you've seen this, the crowd loves Right Side.
You know, they really do. We've been recognized a lot. I'm still not used to being recognized. I'm not used to that yet. And to have people know my name that I don't know, that it just makes me kind of happy and a little bit like, I feel kind of famous, and it's weird.
Well, what it does is they're acknowledging an outlet, a news outlet, that is giving you live, uninterrupted content. And we're showing the overflow crowds. And of course, this particular rally is more of this is, to be honest with you, if I was a Trump supporter, this is the type of rally I would go to. It's a little smaller. We're probably 75, 80 feet from the president, with a lot of time these bigger rallies were set a little bit further back. So this is an ideal rally to come to. And I love the way this is set up here. And I talked about this a while back as well. When you come to a Trump rally, if you have the stereotype that it's going to be a middle America, white, middle-aged, person, that is wrong. We see people from all walks of life.
Oh, exactly. And CNN is never going to cover that. You're never going to see them interviewing people like that. Never. I was in Reno, and it was maybe half Hispanic, half white. And they say, oh, he's polling terribly with Hispanics. Hispanic people hate him. He's such a racist. It's the exact opposite. And you know what? They call him a racist all of the time. Joe Biden even mockingly joked and called him Abraham Lincoln. He said, Trump says he is the least racist president since Abraham Lincoln. He has done more for the black community than any other president. And you know what? Between opportunity zones, lowest African-American unemployment, prison reform with the First Step Act, the $5 billion Black America plan where he gives $500 billion to black Americans, designates the KKK and Antifa as terrorist organizations. He's done more for black people than any other president. And you know what? Joe Biden is the person who put them in jail. He is the one who incarcerated them with the 1994 crime bill that he sponsored in the Senate.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you see musicians like Kanye obviously came out, and then, and right side, there you go, 50 Cent as well. You see other entertainers coming out, which, you know what, for someone in Hollywood right now to step out and endorse a conservative candidate says a lot, because at the end of the day, they're putting their career in jeopardy when you think about this for a second. If you're a Hollywood actor, actress, musician, and you come out and you show your support for the president, quite honestly, you could get blacklisted.
Oh, exactly. And you know what? One of the actors that I really love, Chris Pratt, didn't even endorse Trump. He didn't go to a fundraiser that the cast of the Avengers did for Joe Biden. He just didn't go to the fundraiser. And immediately, the left is trying to cancel Chris Pratt. They're saying, oh, he's such a horrible person. He's homophobic because he likes God. He's racist because he supports Jesus. What a horrible person. We need to ban Chris Pratt. We need to cancel Chris Pratt because he is a quote-unquote Trump supporter.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I think more and more people are waking up to conservatism and finding out that what they thought about the president back in 2015, when he came down the escalator, when he announced his presidency, a lot of people thought it was a joke. And there was, you know what? I think he's a viable contender here, because he's not a politician. He's very business-minded. He knows how to work with people. He knows. It's amazing how he's worked with blue-collar workers his entire life. He's more connected with the hardworking men and women of this country than any of these politicians. That's all he's done.
It's amazing that a billionaire from New York City is able to connect with these people more than anybody else. More than any other Republican on that stage back in 2015 and 2016. He was the one who was able to connect with them. Somebody that you would just assume is out of touch. And you were telling me earlier, somebody who could have hung out with the Jeffrey Epstein crowd, he could have hung out with Hollywood. He didn't. He is able to relate to people just like you and me. And I think that's why people like him.
Yeah.
He's such a populist. He's such a good job. He does such a good job at relating to people.
Yeah. And he could have hung out with the social elites. And you know what? When they tried to pull him in those circles, he says, I'm not a part of that, and walked away. And there's a lot of stories about that builds his character. And you hear a lot of people say, when I meet an anti-Trumper, I always like to say, well, what is the number one reason why you don't like him? And I don't use the personality. What is it about his policies that you don't like? And a lot of times, they can't really name one.
No.
They can't name one. Or if they name one, it was a total false and inaccurate statement.
The only thing they ever ask you question is that he's a racist. Why don't you support him? Oh, he's a racist. He's a racist. Really? Because of all the things he's done for the black community,
Yeah.
making them better off than maybe any other president has made them since Lincoln? If he's a racist, he's bad at being a racist.
Yeah, he's a horrible racist, and he's a horrible Nazi as well. Of course, we know his. I mean, when you want to talk about what he's done with Israel and relocating the
U.S. Embassy.
U.S. Embassy. Thank you very much. I was looking at the American Indians over there. U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. Something that Bush said. Something that both Bushes said. Something that they've all said that. Well, guess what? President Trump did that.
Better off.
So the support for Israel is like no other. We do have some American Indians that are going to do some type of some kind of thing coming up, ceremony coming up here later. Hopefully we can get that on camera as well. But we're happy to be here. We're happy that you're joining us. Check us out on the comments section. Let us know where you're watching this from. And of course, share this broadcast as well. We want to make sure we impact as many people as we can. I know that we've set some records on viewership recently, records that a lot of digital outlets never even get half our views, 10% of our views. We definitely lead the industry and digital views on Trump rallies, and it's thanks to you for sharing all of your comments. Now, as we move forward, I know as a young person, you're in college. When you talk to some of the people that you go to school with, what is the vibe there? What on a typical college campus it cannot be right-leaning at all, right?
No, it's really not. And I don't think that people really understand what's going on. They're in their own worldview. They are all for these liberal policies. They're all for, you should have to pay more taxes. You should have to take in people who are coming into this country illegally. And for instance, Trump did the Muslim ban. You should have to take in these refugees, not me. None of this should apply to me. And yet, as soon as you force it onto them, it's do as I say, not as I do. As soon as you make them do it, they are completely against it. They don't actually understand the substance behind these Democrat policies, I think. The Green New Deal, for instance, no cows, no cars, no airplanes. They can't tell you that. They just say, it's to make the environment better. Well, maybe the environment will be better, but everybody will be poor.
Well, it's very interesting. I've had this conversation with people, and if people knew on a global scale that it's really the China and the India of the world that contribute to the most as far as pollution for air and water, we do our share here. We've cleaned up our environment here. By any, you cannot say that we have not made huge strides in making sure we have clean air and clean water. Matter of fact, if you didn't, maybe about 2 months ago, California came out and said, you know what, we're not going to have gas-powered cars. It was like 15 years from now, I believe it. Maybe it might not even been that far out. That's just not realistic. But this is what you're going to get, folks. If you're in Pennsylvania, Texas, if you have anybody that works in the energy sector, they're coming for your jobs. They're coming for gas. Now, I'm all about buying an electric vehicle. Don't get me wrong. Hey, that Jaguar I-Pace SUV, it's a pretty nice car. I've driven it. Super fast, super luxury. But I don't want that to be mandated on me. And it's also very expensive and unrealistic for all of this country to actually kick gasoline cars aside and go with electric.
They just want to get rid of all of these jobs that have to do with energy. Biden came out and he said, in the debate, he said, I am not for getting rid of fracking. I mean, if you talk to Joe Biden back in February, very much against fracking. Now you talk to him, he loves fracking. Joe Biden is the biggest fan of fracking. Kamala Harris loves fracking. They are basically out there fracking, getting oil, shoveling coal. They love energy so much. And then you go and you actually see what they had to say about it during the Democrat debate back in February and January. Now they're against it. They were against it then. Dana Bash asked, what do you think? He's going to get rid of it. He said he's going to get rid of it. He's going to get it out. He tells his supporters he's going to take it out. Kamala Harris said the exact same stuff. And if you look at his record on energy, a lot of energy jobs were going away. And Obama said those jobs are never going to come back. You need a magic wand to bring them back. And then Trump brought them back. And they said he never could. They said he inherited the Obama economy.
Don't you love that line by Barack Obama? And he goes, I don't know what type of magic wand you got to bring the jobs back. That's a horrible impression of him, by the way. But Trump had that magic wand.
He did, and I didn't even expect him to bring it back. I kind of thought the industry was dead, and he brought it back. Promises made, promises kept. That is the difference between President Trump and any other president we've had in our history. Because Every 4 years, you have a politician, they go out and they say, I'm going to do all of those things. Joe Biden, the perfect example. He's been in power for 47 years, and he's running on what he wants to do. He is running on what he wants to do, not on his record because he can't defend his record. He's running on what he wants to do. President Trump is running on almost 4 years of experience, and he's running on what he's done. He's running on continuing what he has done and bringing the economy back from the coronavirus, which has hurt a lot of people, but he's going to bring us back from it. But he's running on only almost 4 years of experience.
Well, let's talk about the virus. I remember I was in Santa Fe when it kind of officially, broke and everybody was like in the initial stages of lockdown. It was one of the school spring breaks that got extended, things like that. When he came out and banned travel to and from China, especially coming into China, obviously, he was ridiculed. Let's talk about Nancy Pelosi and all of the other ultra-liberal politicians that demonized President Trump for shutting down travel to those infected countries.
They called him a racist. They said he's xenophobic, that he shouldn't shut down the border. Nancy Pelosi said, go to Chinatown, give everybody a big hug when Trump is telling everybody, take this seriously. Social distance. Do not travel. I'm cutting travel off from China. They said, no, this is a hoax. No. And then now all of a sudden they're trying to blame it on Trump. Biden even said back then, he said Trump shouldn't have shut down the border. Then a few months later, Biden said, okay, maybe that was the right thing to do. But if we did listen to Biden and Trump listened to Biden, 2 million people would be dead right now under the leadership of Joe Biden. You think Biden is going to keep you healthy? Yeah. We would have lost 2 million people under Biden. People say that, I think Biden will do a better job on healthcare. Number one, Obamacare was a failure. If Obamacare is a failure and Biden is saying it wasn't, then why is now he running on Biden care, number one? And number two, the whole thing with COVID, 2 million people would have been dead.
Yeah. We've talked about this as far as bringing back the economy. If you think that Joe Biden and his plan is going to open up the economy and get people back to work and get you back, back into schools and in churches, you're wrong. You're being misled because that's not what's going to happen. And I think everything the president has done in terms of how he's dealt with this virus has been spot on. And of course, you see him come out and say, hey, we're going to have 100 million vaccines available for distribution. We're going to use, it looks like our military distribution for that. That is something that Joe Biden wouldn't be able to do. He would not be able to immobilize that type of system to get the vaccine out to this country. It just simply won't work because you know what's going to happen? It would get caught up in all of the red tape. It would get caught up in all of this, the staging and the pandering to different groups. And I agree with you. We're going to get this country back open, and we're going to thrive. And I think, and this is just I'm not an economist here. I didn't go to Harvard School of Business here, but I'm telling you one thing. I have followed the stock market for a number of years. This economy will do it's going to do what's called a dead cat bounce. It is going to bounce and it's going to recover like you would never believe. And it's going to go skyrocket. And at once, I think that Americans feel like we have another 4 years of pro-growth. That's when it takes off.
Exactly. And Biden can't bring us back from an economy. Right now, we're seeing a V-shaped recovery. Biden isn't able to do that. Biden doesn't know how to get all those resources together. His response with the swine flu was absolutely horrible. They said he didn't know what he was doing. His advisors said he didn't know what he was doing. And Biden says that he'd be able to lead us through the coronavirus. In the first debate, Biden wanted a break every 30 minutes. Biden can't do that. Biden doesn't know what state he's in. Biden doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have the capacity to be able to do that.
Yeah. Let's talk about the stamina because President Trump, look, I'm 51 years old, you're young, we're hustling, but we're not even near doing the schedule this president does. Let's talk about the way he handles this intense travel schedule.
It's amazing. He is 74 years old, and he is going to maybe 6 states a day. Right now, today he has 3 rallies. He's doing a rally tomorrow, and then this week he's going to have rallies, many rallies, every single day, which is why it's so important, I think, for everybody to donate, because we need to be able to get to these rallies. We can't even trust Fox to film these rallies for us. We can't trust them to film more than maybe 10 minutes. They won't show the crowd. CNN won't show the crowd. MSNBC won't show the crowd. We're the only ones who do it. So if you can donate to us at rsbnetwork.com/donate, I encourage you all to do it so that we can actually go to these rallies. It costs $5,000 to $7,000 to go to each one of these rallies. Very expensive. We have to pay for airfare. We have to pay for hotels. It costs a lot to get the equipment there. It's a very difficult thing to do, but we try to do it for you guys. We try to show you guys what's happening. Our job is easy. We show you guys what's happening, and we just comment on it.
Yeah.
It's easy, but we need to be able to come here to do that, and nobody else wants to do that. We're the only ones who do that, so I encourage you all to please come and donate to us. It looks like right now we've got a very special guest with us. Congressman Richard Hudson seems to be standing right there.
So we got Phil Berger Jr.
Okay, Phil Berger Jr.
North Carolina Supreme
He's running for North Carolina Supreme Court. Let's bring you in here. Welcome.
Good morning.
I'm Brian Glenn. Alex Caldwell joining for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Nice to meet you. First of all, beautiful day we have for a Trump rally, right?
Oh, this is fantastic. Beautiful North Carolina morning.
Yeah, it is. Okay, let's talk about the rally. Let's talk about what we expect today, what's going on in your world.
Yeah, so very exciting. There are a lot of people in the Lumbee community who have been working for this day for a long time. President's speech on Wednesday night let them know that he was going to work for Lumbee recognition, and I'm just so happy for the people here who've worked so hard for so many years.
Isn't it nice to have a president recognize and actually do what he says? And that goes across for all the politicians. If we can just get people to do what they say and help the people, it just goes so far.
Right, absolutely. We need politicians, we need people in office who have integrity and just follow through with their word. And certainly the president has done that for the Lumbee and for the courts.
Yeah, I always like to ask this question through my whole career in interviewing people. How did you get into what you do? How did you get into your career?
Yeah, so my father's a lawyer and followed in his footsteps. He worked at the Court of Appeals where I work now.
There you go.
And
I knew it was in your family blood somewhere. I knew it was
a
in
little bit. Yes, sir.
All right, great. Well, we appreciate your time here. Any other message you'd like to get out right now as we wait for the president to take the stage?
Yeah, go vote. Go vote and finish your ballot.
Yeah, that's it. And I know in Texas, for instance, if you're voting in Texas, they took away the straight party ticket voting, so you've got to literally go down and, which I always do anyway, I never did straight party, I would go down and pick. So I know that's whatever state, North Carolina like that?
North Carolina there is no straight party voting here in North Carolina. You have to circle every candidate.
Okay, there you go. So make sure you get out and vote. And of course, I'm not familiar with North Carolina. The early voting ends when?
Halloween.
Okay.
Next Saturday, we've got another week.
Okay, got another week. And so I haven't looked at the numbers in the last couple of days. Are the numbers trending up as far as early voting?
Yeah, numbers are great. They're trending the right way for us. Republicans are eating into some of the lead that the Democrats have had. And we're down, I think it's about 11% difference this morning and trending the right direction.
Yeah, I always like to play a game called bumper sticker politics. And basically you drive around any city, any metroplex, and you look at the bumper stickers. I don't think I've seen a whole lot of Biden-Harris stickers here.
No, people here are really excited for President Trump. Now, if you go to the urban areas,
sure,
there are a lot more Biden-Harris paraphernalia. But with the regular folks, the folks out in the regular communities, they're supporting the president and a conservative message.
Absolutely. We certainly appreciate you joining us today. And make your way up here anytime you have something to talk about. By all means, this platform is yours. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'll bring Alex back in here. Great guy, right? It's always like to talk to guys like that that stand up and support the president.
And you know that court right now, that is a 6-1 Democrat majority, the most liberal court in the country. So I think we all need to go out. If you're in North Carolina, we've got 3 seats in that court right now that we can win and take back that court. Right. So it'll be 4-3 Republican right now. Right now it is the most liberal court in the country. We can win it back, but you have to vote.
Yeah. And of course, let us step aside one more time and let you kind of get a shot of the crowd. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We are live, Lumberton, North Carolina, from Make America Great Again rally, and we are excited that you're joining us here. And of course, all because of you, this is possible. We've talked about donations, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I really want to thank each and every one of you who've gone on our website to donate. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We had a gentleman in Carson City give us $300 and said, you know what? I'm supporting freedom. I'm supporting liberty. I'm supporting the president. I'm supporting Right Side Broadcasting, and thank you so much for doing that. But we've got some great sponsors that we want to give a shout out to.
We actually have a very great partner today, iTarget Pro. They are absolutely fantastic. We've got a lot of people falling to crime and people intimidating us from the violent left right now, and the government refuses to protect us. So remember, if you go to iTarget Pro, it is a product that you can use to help practice, because ammo is very expensive. You practice with a firearm in your own house, so it is very easy to use. You can practice self-defense with it, so please go to iTarget Pro, a very wonderful partner we have today. Right now, if you go onto their website at iTarget Pro, spelled I, the letter I, Target itargetpro.com, you can go and get 10% off plus free shipping with the offer code SAVE10. So itargetpro.com, offer code SAVE10 to get 10% off. So thank you to our partners today at iTarget Pro. Now it looks like we do have another special guest with us.
We do. Let's go ahead and set the stage one more time and come back out here. I'm happy to introduce Congressman Richard Hudson coming in here from the 8th Congressional District of North Carolina. Let's get you framed up in here. We want to make sure everybody here can see you. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. All right. Beautiful day we have here for a rally, right?
Beautiful day in North Carolina. We're excited to welcome the president back.
Yeah. Let's talk about the support of the president in this part of the country. Obviously, you're a big supporter. A lot of your constituents are as well.
Absolutely, and the enthusiasm is off the charts. I think it's even more than what we saw in 2016. And you look around, I mean, you just drive through any neighborhood. If you drive from here to Charlotte, if you drive from here to Wilmington, all you see is Trump flags and Trump signs, and you don't see Biden signs. There's nobody out there passionate about Joe Biden.
Yeah, we talked about that. The enthusiasm level for Joe Biden doesn't exist. Okay, you talk to people here in North Carolina. What is on their mind? What is a voter here in North Carolina? What do they want to see done? If they're not a Trump supporter, what would they want him to do?
Well, most people want to get their life back. They want to get back to normal. Our governor's got our state completely locked down beyond what science dictates, and people are sick of it. You got small businesses going out of business, struggling to just stay above water because the governor won't let them open. And you got a lot of schools shut down. Parents are trying to juggle, homeschooling and with their jobs and with the other things going on in their life, and it's miserable. And so the people here are ready to follow Donald Trump, to have our economy safely reopen and get back to the great booming economy we had before COVID.
There you go.
Now, a lot of people are saying that this is one of the most competitive congressional races in the state of North Carolina. So what do you have to say to those who still are maybe undecided on whether or not they should vote for you or your opponent?
Well, it is a competitive race because they redrew the lines again in October. And so there's a lot of folks that don't know me, so we're working hard to introduce them. What they need to know is I'm the 12th most conservative member of Congress. I'm proud of that. But I also was rated the most effective member of our entire delegation for North Carolina because I'm willing to reach across the aisle to get things done. One of my heroes is Jesse Helms. Senator Helms once famously said, "I won't compromise my principles, but I will compromise my preferences." And that's really the way I operate is let's get things done, let's work together, but don't compromise those core values.
I haven't had a chance to talk to you beforehand. Are you making a speech here today? Are you speaking at this event?
I will be speaking in the pre-program, yes, sir.
What's your message going to be if you want to give us a little tease on that?
Well, just get everybody revved up and talk about how excited we are to have Donald Trump back, and may poke fun at Sleepy Joe a little bit.
Yeah, why not, right? Poke Joe and him. Okay, how can people follow you on social media or your websites, any good things like that?
Yeah, richardhudson.org is my website. You can link to our social media there. We'd love to have you follow us, share our content, help us get the word out. Nancy Pelosi's spending millions of dollars right now lying about my record, trying to defeat me. I'm relying on you to help me tell the truth.
Yeah, let's tell the truth. That's exactly what we do here at Whiteside Broadcasting. Is we tell the truth. We don't filter out and spin it. So let's talk about real quickly, if you can, the amount of money being dumped not only in North Carolina but South Carolina by the left. Hollywood's doing that. That is something you guys have to deal with.
Well, it is. It's a ton of money, and the shame of it is they're using that money to lie to voters. In my case, no one in Congress does more for our military. No one in Congress has done more for our veterans. They're using those millions of dollars from California and New York to try to fool voters into thinking I don't support veterans and troops, and it's just a real shame.
Yeah, and it's hard for you you have to go out and find outlets like ourselves and set the record straight. And of course, your advertising. I saw that Joe Biden, and I tweeted this out earlier, spent a record $49 million since this campaign, $45 million just this past week. Now that just gives you an idea of the amount of money that's being dropped to try to defeat people like you, Donald Trump, and everyone else.
It is, and again, the shame of it is, if you want to talk about my voting record, that's fair game. Let's have that debate. But to get on TV and lie about my record, in the case of the president, they get on TV and lie about all the extraordinary things he's done. An example to deal with COVID. It's just shameful, and it's misleading the American people.
It is. Well, we certainly appreciate your time today. And you've got a lot of people that want to come talk to you as well. So thank you so much. And once again, your website.
richardhudson.org. Thank you so much.
All right, we have another guest. Come on, I know this is live and interrupted. That's what you get here at Right Side Broadcasting. It is unleashed and unfiltered. But guess what? We wouldn't want it any other way. I'm happy to bring him in. Let's go ahead and come in, sir. Hi, welcome to the show. I'm Brian Glenn.
Brian, good to see you.
Alex Caldwell, Right Side Broadcasting.
Hey, Alex, how are you?
And your name, sir?
Tim Moore. I'm the Speaker of the State House here in North Carolina.
Welcome. All right, so we've been talking about your great state and how we want to keep it great, right? And we want to keep it from the radical left taking over.
Well, we do, and I'll tell you, you're lucky because two of the best members of Congress, I know Richard Hudson was already talking, and then Dan Bishop's right over here. And it's critical that we do all we can to see they're elected, that Senator Tillis is, and of course that the state goes solidly for Donald Trump.
Now we're talking about, you know, certain areas of the state obviously tend to go a little blue, inner cities. How do you get that message out to the inner city and fight to say, look, you know what, these leftist socialist agendas is not the best for you?
Well, so here's the thing: the folks who live in the cities, particularly those that have a lot of crime, they've seen the failure of the left. You know, the fact that they're having problems with crime and that folks were allowed to come in and destroy the cities. That's what happens when you put liberals in charge of running things. So can you imagine? If Joe Biden were the president, he would allow this to happen nationwide. So the folks who are there dealing with it right now, they've got the strongest interest in making sure that we elect conservatives.
Yeah, I know that we've traveled around. We've seen, you know, big cities out in the country, rural area. It's law and order. That is what people want.
Law and order, and also safety and security. You know, people want to know that when they call 911, that they're going to have law enforcement show up. And you've got all this talk of what, defund the police. Look, in North Carolina, in our state legislature, 47 of the House Democrats or candidates running signed a pledge to defund the police. Outrageous.
You know, I'm 51 years old. I never thought I'd ever hear the words defund police. And Alex, you're a young kid. This is something I'm embarrassed that his generation is growing up to look at police officers, men and women who serve our country, the military, wanting to take their job away. It doesn't even make sense.
It makes no sense. But get this, they've even gone so far now, you're not even hearing them say defund the police. They're now saying abolish the police. It is unbelievable how far the left has gone. And I don't know if it's just catering, pandering, or if they genuinely believe this craziness.
Well, I think some of these young people kind of genuinely believe this craziness. They think for some reason that, you know, if you've got a hostage situation or if somebody just wants to go rob a store, that they're entitled to do it because they didn't have the same opportunity that maybe all of us had. That is all garbage, and we have got to keep law and order. And I think, you know, we did a little research about North Carolina and what's important in the crime rates, things like that. It is definitely law and order.
It absolutely is, and I'll tell you, we're lucky. Of course, we've got a strong candidate for governor in Dan Forrest, who's a Republican, and we've got great Republicans running up and down the ballot for the legislature, for a lot of other offices. And you know what? The voters of this state and the voters of this nation have an opportunity to make sure that we don't go in that direction of lawlessness and disorder, because they can vote solidly Republican, and of course they support President Trump.
Okay, we said earlier about the evangelical vote. Alex and I were talking about that. In 2016, about 30 million Christians did not vote. Let's talk about the state of the church here in North Carolina. I'm not familiar with it. Are you guys allowed to gather and worship?
So absolutely, so we can, but you know, our governor did at one time say that churches couldn't meet. For the first time in the history of this state, we had a governor say you couldn't go to church. But you know what he did? He allowed a bunch of rioters to go and destroy downtown Raleigh. It made zero sense, and I think the voters are tired of it. But you know, you think about it as far as Christians voting. Look, if we as Christians don't go out and cast votes and fight for our worldview, there are going to be other folks who fight for theirs. It's going to be very different.
Absolutely. The you know, when you think about Christianity, will survive without America. But America will not survive without Christianity and the evangelical vote. It just won't. It will crumble. We've seen that across the world. It needs God to be our center for our justice and everything. So you got anything on your mind?
North Carolina is a very important state this election, and many people are saying that they're not really sure how it's going to go. Do you think it's going to trend to the left, or do you think President Trump is going to pull off a victory in the state?
So North Carolina is trending right, and we're looking at, of course, so I'm looking at daily data because I'm looking at legislative races around the state. And of course, that will reflect what's happening in the state. The weak areas for us are in like Durham County, Wake County, Mecklenburg, the large urban centers. But we have so much strength out in the rural areas and in the suburbs. But you know what else? We're also seeing some glimmers of really good hope within the cities. So my prediction is that Trump carries the state. I don't know by how many points. We're going to maintain control of our legislature here. Republicans will. Our candidate has a really good shot, and I believe Tom Tillis is going to win. And then our two members of Congress who I know are speaking, Congressman Hudson, Congressman Bishop, I think are going to win, but they are working really hard. Matter of fact, I know they're going to win.
Well, I love your state. I was telling them earlier, I lived in Dare County, Nags Head, North Carolina. Love the Outer Banks, love this state, love the people. Tourism tourism is a big part of this state, and I know that COVID set that back a little bit, but we want to get this state open, get people here, and I encourage you, if you've never been to North Carolina, that I should work for the Tourist Bureau. I should work for the Tourist Bureau.
This man is telling the truth. You want to come to North Carolina.
You want to come here, folks. But anyway, parting words for you as we get back to business.
Really simple. Keep America great. Thanks, y'all.
I love that message. Thank you. Appreciate your time. God bless you. There you go. That's a message, Alex, we have heard all day long. We just want to keep America great. We want to keep the progress this president has made for the last 4 years. And granted, COVID set us back. But we are getting beyond that, and we're moving forward. It seems like we've got more and more people keep gathering in. There's a little bit of an overflow behind us, and maybe we'll get a shot of that later. It looks like we have some American Indians, some Native Americans that are here, going to do some type of ceremony. Perhaps we'll see that as well. So Reset the Table, I am Brian Glenn. This is Alex Caldwell. You can follow us on social media as well. I am Brian Glenn TV. That's BrianGlenn TV. That's across on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and the Instagram. You know, you're not on the Instagram as much, are you? We were talking yesterday, which surprises me. I'm the old guy here, and you're the new guy. You're the young guy. You should be on Instagram.
Call me old-fashioned, but I like to tweet. I'm on Twitter. You can follow me at Real A Caldwell. Sometimes my name doesn't always come up. I don't think Twitter likes me very much. So if you do look for it and you can't find it, that might be the reason why. But Real A Caldwell is my Twitter handle. You can also follow our company at RSB Network on Twitter as well, and they'll post updates. They'll tell you what's happening, what's going on, where we're going to be, where the president's going to be, and all the fun things.
Absolutely. This is my second rally I've done with the network here, and I cannot be as pleased to show all of this to you. I know as there's nothing like a Trump rally, especially outside. I prefer the ones outside. I was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right when COVID kind of hit. That was indoors. Great crowd, but there's nothing like being outside.
No, exactly. And I think we should probably show the crowd again, because it's starting to really fill in. It's grown from just a few people in the seats to now we've got a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't have my phone. My internet's all frozen up. I'd read some of the comments here. I don't know if you got anything you want to read as well, but we're glad you're joining us. Of course, there's media here from around the world, around the country. A lot of local people here as well. I know that in Carson City, there was outlets from Australia was here covering this, as this presidential race is the biggest thing going right now on the planet, and it definitely has world implications.
Exactly. And you know what? This is such an interesting rally right now. I just love seeing all of the energy here. I'm looking forward to seeing the show that the American Indians are doing. And to those of you wondering, I have not seen Elizabeth Warren amongst them. I know she says that she is. I have not seen Elizabeth Warren here yet, but we might end up seeing her at some point. I would again like to thank our partner for today, iTarget Pro. They are a fantastic partner. They do a really good job at making sure that people are trained and they know how to handle an intruder in case that day should ever come, God forbid. It's a great way to practice should that instance happen. Ammo is very expensive. Let's face it, ammo is very expensive, and it's very difficult to get sometimes. So iTarget Pro is a great way. You don't have to buy ammo, that you can use it to practice with a real firearm. They've got so many different firearms. They've got 223s, they got 5.56. So if you go to their website at itargetpro.com, spelled with an I, itargetpro.com, and you use the offer code SAVE10, you can get 10% off of your purchase from iTarget Pro, a fantastic partner. So please go to itargetpro.com.
I've been having some internet problems on my phone. It's frozen up, so I know corporate has sent me some messages, and just internally being totally transparent here. I'll check it here in a few minutes as I'm trying to reboot my phone. But we are anxiously waiting for a lot of pre-speakers at these events. You've got several people that will come out. We met Congressman Richard Hudson coming up here as well. Always a good message here at Trump rally. A lot of energy right now. It's starting to heat up a little bit as you see people fanning themselves, and the temperatures are scheduled to be in the low 80s, slight breeze, which is nice. And of course, but you know what? It could be 120 degrees out here and nobody would care, because it's all about the president. It's all about the message today. And we are so glad that you're joining us right here on Right Side Broadcasting. Of course, it's the first time you've watched this rally. Share the broadcast. Tell a friend, tag a friend. And better yet, Alex, we've been talking about this. If you know somebody that has not voted and they're on the fence, let me tell you something. A lot of times these rallies is a good play to tip them over in our favor.
Oh, exactly. if you're undecided, definitely come to one of these rallies. Trump supporters are stereotyped by the media. They make them out to be these massive monsters. I've been to these rallies. Before I worked for Right Side, I used to come to these rallies, and I'd come. They were such loving environments. So many people, so many good people, kind people in line that I got to talk to, that I got to know. And these people are made out to be absolute monsters, and it is such an experience. And then when the president comes out, he'll fly in on Air Force One, he'll come in on the Beast, he'll land a Marine One, and he steps up. You see the president of the United States, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and he speaks to the American people. He speaks directly to the American people, and he relates to the American people, something that you won't get out of any other candidate in your lifetime ever. Just go ahead.
Now, I was just going to say, coming off of the debate, we saw the topics, immigration, coyotes, we saw the joke on coyotes, and here's my take on this. If you honestly thought that coyotes was a reference to an actual coyote, then I don't even want you in the conversation of immigration, because you're not aware of the terms. You're not engrossed in the actual facts of immigration. So with that said, but that immigration is a hot topic. Of course, taxes, the economy is a real big issue with a lot of people. And of course, okay, if you want to talk environment, great. But if you want to talk foreign policy, you and I could go off for about 5 hours and talk about Trump's foreign policy successes of his term, because he has done so much. How many peace treaties has this guy put together?
Oh, he's been nominated for like 3 or 4 Nobel Peace Prizes. I'm losing count of it. You know, everybody is saying he's a warmonger. He's going to get us into war with North Korea. No, he got us into peace with North Korea. Biden is bashing him on that. And by the way, when Biden said that we were cozy with Hitler, that is not true. Biden doesn't know his history. But Biden is saying that Trump is cozying up to a dictator. No. Trump is making peace with a dictator that we thought we were going to have a war with for the longest time under Obama, where he's threatening to blow us up every day. I remember when that movie, The Interview, I believe, came out, and Kim Jong-un was threatening to blow up every movie theater in the country that showed it. We don't have that anymore. President Trump made peace with him. He's making peace. He said he's going to get rid of ISIS. Remember, under Obama, we were having ISIS attacks on the daily, and now we don't have that. We don't have that anymore.
Remember Rocket Man? And that was such a big deal with Rocket Man, and it was like, Trump's going to, go ahead and cause, North Korea to start launching missiles. Instead, what does this guy do? He goes over there and meets and brings, can we say the word peace? But we actually can bring a lot of, serenity to the situation there with North Korea. No longer a threat. When's the last time our troops, our bases was attacked by a foreign enemy? And it's not happening. They're scared of President Trump. They know that for once, when we say that we're going to do something, then doggone it, we're going to do it.
He has always stood up for America, and he will continue to stand up for America. And he's not going to take crap from people overseas. He's not going to take crap from our adversaries, and he's going to do what's right. He's going to do what's just, and he's going to keep us safe. And I have a feeling he's going to touch on that a lot during this rally. They didn't bring up foreign policy as a subject during the debate. I think he's going to bring it up now, and he's probably going to speak very much on that because it is an important topic to cover. Now, for us to continue to go to these debates to show you what he's talking about, show you guys the crowd, and show you guys what's going on, the pre-speakers and all of that, we need to get to these rallies, and we need to show you guys what's going on. And keep in mind, this costs a lot of money to go to these rallies. It costs $5,000 to $7,000 to go to one of these rallies, between airfare, between paying for the hotel, getting the equipment there. It is a difficult thing to do. And it's, frankly, I think our CEO hasn't gotten sleep for a really long time. Every night he is up trying to schedule for the next rally because they just pop up and there are so many. And we don't have the resources that CNN has or MSNBC has. We have a lot less people, and we try to do a lot more than they do. So in order to help us out so that we can go to these rallies and show you guys what's actually happening, we encourage you all to go to the website rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. And if you can't get the website to work, please try again later because sometimes the traffic on there can be a little bit spotty. But please go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also donate in the live chat as well. But YouTube will take 30% of everything you donate in the live chat. So if you don't want 30% of your donation to be given to YouTube, please go to our website. You can also mail your donation through the mail at 1550 Opelika Road, spelled Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. That is 1550 Opelika Road, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. And guys, keep in mind, we are going to have a lot of these rallies left. We are going to have 5, maybe 6 a day until Election Day. We're going to have a lot of these left. That is a lot of money trying to get to these rallies. We're going to try to hit all of them, and it is a very difficult thing to do. A lot of sleepless nights trying to get here. Actually, right afterwards, I am running to... I'm barely going to make a plane getting on to Manchester, New Hampshire, trying to get there for a rally tomorrow. It is a difficult thing to do, but we try to go to these rallies and show you guys firsthand what's happening. You can't trust CNN to show you what's happening. You can't trust Fox to show you what's happening. Nobody's going to. We're the only ones up here who actually have what it takes to show you guys what's happening. We give you guys unscripted what is happening. We show you the crowd. We do interviews with the crowd. We talk to the speakers, and we show you what people are thinking. We don't pick and choose people. We've got people coming up to us. They want to speak. They want to tell people why they are voting for us. So please, I encourage you all to donate to rsbnetwork.com/donate, or you can donate through the mail, 1550 Opelika Road, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830.
Absolutely. So important that you get out there and get the vote and donate as well. I mean, the donations make all this possible. Hey, Set the Scene. We are live in Lumberton, North Carolina. Thanks for joining us wherever you're watching us from. Tag down below in the location section, in the comments section. We'd like to know where we're pulling the viewers from for each and every one of our broadcasts. And, of course, President Trump will take the stage here coming up at 12:30. Typically, he speaks for about an hour and a half. He'll talk about all the things that you've heard in the news and all the things you might have heard in the debate. So buckle up. It's going to be fun. And, of course, you know, if you, when you, at the end of the day, we want you to walk away from a Trump rally inspired and to go vote for him. But if you have already voted, go tell somebody to vote for him.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there is nothing wrong with that. I think it's important for everybody to get out to vote, because while we might think that the polls are off, well, even though if we calculate what they swung in 2016, he'd win, it doesn't matter, because we all need to vote. We can't let them win. If anything was to happen, and for some reason, you know, it was a little closer, and he's not looking like he's going to win, although I do think he will, we can't let the Democrats get power. And there's far too much at stake.
Yeah, and we haven't ruled out some dirty, shady stuff going on as well. And you know they will do whatever it takes to ensure that he does not retain power. I think it's really interesting how, you know, Trump's been in the office for 4 years, essentially, right? But for some reason, all the problems in the world are on him. But yet, Pelosi, Schumer, Biden, 47 plus years serving the people or serving himself. But yet, they never took care of those problems that they claim Trump created. And we saw that in the debate where Trump said, wait a minute, Joe, you were in the White House for 8 years. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? I think the time to send the message, and let's be honest, in 10 days, you are the juror. You are the one that will cast the vote and elect this president. It's ultimately up to you to send Joe packing for good, and he won't come back. And, of course, we have to deal with this whole radical thing in 4 more years from then.
Right. I mean, send him back to his basement. That is exactly what we have to do. We have to get out there. We have to vote. If you've got people you know that maybe they're not sure doesn't take any time at all. Yeah. Take people to go vote with you. Go vote.
Like a lot of seniors that might not here for that. Volunteer in one of these a senior city and say, hey, can I help? Can I help? You know, a lot of people have a problem walking. Help them walk. Just do whatever you can to get the vote out and make sure that we give President Trump 4 more years. It's more important than ever. And, of course, here we saw in North Carolina, it ends on the 28th, I believe. I think he said on a Saturday, a week from today, is when early voting ends. And, of course, the election on November 3rd. And from what I understand, we will be bringing you coverage, wall-to-wall coverage, up until election, probably the election night as well. I've imagined that one of us is going to be somewhere doing something as we all watch the results come in. To kind of reset here, it's starting to warm up a little bit, isn't it? It's nice. But
it's a hot day. It's a hot one today.
But I checked the schedule for the next couple of days, and I've got Pennsylvania, I've got Michigan, both of those locations. I'm glad I have the jacket on, because I'm going to need it as it's starting to warm up here. But nice sized crowd building behind us. And of course, typically, if he comes on stage at 12:30, I'm probably thinking we should start to see some speakers around 11:40 maybe. They'll bring out 2 or 3 of those guys to speak for about 20-30 minutes and get the crowd warmed up. And typically we have some music here. And I haven't seen some of the music playing right now, which is always great to hype up the scene.
Mm-hmm. It's a shame, though, that we can't actually let people listen to the music, because as soon as we do, YouTube will copyright us and they will make us take our video down. That's the thing you face as a conservative company. They don't like it when you do it. Anybody else can do it, and they'll be fine. They can do it with immunity. It's like how the media treats Joe Biden. He can say whatever he wants. They don't care. But as soon as Trump says something, they blow it out of proportion. Same thing with us. As soon as they hear that music, they copyright us. They make us take the video down. They make us edit it. So that's why we can't show you guys when he's doing YMCA at the very end. We have to cut the sound out. I'd love to listen to that. I love that song. I love to sit there and watch him dance, but we can't. We can't. That is the sad reality of it.
And that's why we're so transparent with you, to let you know there's certain things we can't show you, certain things we can't do. Matter of fact, we can't show the music. We can't have certain people up here that aren't credentialed. So this is a very secure area, as you would imagine. Driving in here this morning, lots of police activity, as you would imagine. The president is in town. A lot of Secret Service, as you would imagine, as the president is in town. And so it's a very secure area. So we're bringing you as much as we can bring you at one of these rallies. I know typically we can have a camera down on the ground as well. Not an option today for that as well. But nevertheless, you're still going to get all of what is in fact a Trump rally. And of course, we encourage everyone to, I keep saying this, because this is the only way we can spread conservatism and conserve the message and also spread this station, is share this broadcast. Tag a friend and tell them, hey, Trump's speaking. You should tune in.
Make sure to give us a like as well on YouTube. Subscribe to us. Hit that bell. Get the notifications for it, because sometimes we don't even show up in the search results. We don't show up in the search results, yet we do better than all of the mainstream news. We get better ratings. We get more views than all of the mainstream medias combined a lot of times. We do better than a lot of them. We just beat the record, I think, for live showing with 150,000. I hope we beat that today, but we're going to have a lot of these rallies. I'm sure we're going to beat that at some point. And to answer your previous question, I believe we are actually doing an election night special for all of you. A lot of the details should be coming out fairly shortly about that, but we will be sure to keep up with all of that and give you guys exactly what's happening and show you guys exactly what is happening, which is why it's so important to donate again. I am sorry for sounding like a broken record, but it is just so important that we can come to these. If we can't afford to get here, we can't show you guys what's happening. CNN isn't going to help you with that. They're not going to show you the crowd. They're going to interview a Trump supporter.
Very rarely they cut away. I think very rarely they cut away to these.
He points to the fake news and he cuts away.
We're getting ready for prayer. Let me step aside real quickly. We're about to go into prayer as we kick the events off right here in Lumberton, North Carolina. And of course, every rally is kicked off by a prayer, which is very important. Stand by.
Stand for prayer, please, and afterwards, can you remain standing for our national anthem? Let us go to Lord in word of prayer. Father, we're thankful for our president today. We ask you continue to bless him, his family, and all those under his authority. Keep him from the hands of the wicked. Preserve him from violent and deceitful men. Order his steps. Give him the gift of a watchman, the ability to hear your voice, that your word will be a lamp unto his feet and a light unto his path. Let your hand of justice and mercy lead, and your right hand hold him. As his heart plans the way, Lord, direct his steps. May our president seek you above all things, and that you would be a presence in his life. Surround him with wise counsel, men and women of integrity. Make darkness light before him and the crooked places straight. No wicked strategy, no evil counsel, no words spoken against him shall prosper. We declare the power of the cross and the blood of Jesus over our president and family. Philippians 1:6 says this: you will be faithful to complete the good work you've started. And we believe this day you will continue your work through our president to make America great again. And can everyone say amen?
Ladies and gentlemen, to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance, please welcome Gary Deese.
Gary Dees from the Fairmont community, a veteran, a Vietnam veteran, and proud to be here today. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, to sing our national anthem, please welcome Ashton Thomas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tobacco's Road's Southern Drum Group of the Lumbee Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Speaker Jared Lowry.
How's everybody doing today? I mean, can you imagine the President of the United States is coming to Robeson County? I tell you what, if somebody would have told me this 5 years ago, I wouldn't have believed it. But Donald Trump is not your average politician. Quite frankly, Donald Trump ain't even a politician at all. But he's somebody that gets the job done. So, you know, when we think about President Trump, what do we think of? Promises made, promises kept. So let me tell you this. Now, I'm a Lumbee Tribal Council member representing the communities of Prospect, Oxendine, and Waukesha. And since 2017, the Lumbee Tribe has been able to work with elements of the Trump administration to make gains leaps and bounds on our issue of full federal recognition. And when we met with President Trump, well, let me tell you this story. A couple of weeks ago, we had a conversation with Donald Trump Jr. You know who he is? He came down to roll and he said, you know what? He says, I hear this issue. He said, I hear this issue. The president hears this issue, and I'm going to take it back to the president, and he's going to see you. Well, last week, the president of the United States became the first sitting president in American history to come out and support the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. And in less than a few days, he's coming here to Robeson County. Do you know why? You want to know why Robeson County is so important? Why southeastern North Carolina is so important? Because from Richmond County to Brunswick County here in southeastern North Carolina, it is going to be the quintessential area. It is going to carry North Carolina for Donald J. Trump for another 4 years. You see, President Trump, he sees the Lumbee people and he sees that you're forgotten. Why? Because we're working class Americans. Every single working class American has been forgotten for decades. We've had these trade policies that send our jobs overseas. You know, the president was running, he talked about NAFTA. NAFTA cost North Carolina tens of thousands of jobs. It cost 10,000 jobs alone right here in Robeson County. But you know who prided themselves in getting NAFTA passed? Joe Biden. And then when President Trump got it renegotiated to put American workers first, Kamala Harris in the Senate voted against it because she wanted to keep NAFTA. You know, Joe Biden likes to talk about your dinner table, sitting around your dinner table. How many of us here in Robeson County, southeastern North Carolina, sit around the dinner table and talk about politicians that sit in office for 20, 30, 40 years and get nothing accomplished for the working people? All the time, right? And now we got somebody who's got 47 years in government who says he can finally fix things and turn it around. Imagine that. Well, I can tell you this. While Joe Biden has sent American jobs overseas, Donald Trump has put American workers first and brought jobs home. And what's so special about the Trump administration is they just haven't brought jobs to big cities. They've brought jobs to rural areas where working Americans live. And we want 4 more years of that, right? So I want to say, on behalf of over 55,000 Lumbees, that we appreciate the President of the United States getting behind the Lumbee people and all working class people of the United States. Now, you didn't come here to see me, and I know that, so I'm not going to take it personally. But there's 2 gentlemen that's going to come behind me, named Congressman Richard Hudson and Congressman Dan Bishop. And they've been fighting in the halls of Congress to get this done, and we're close to the finish line. I cannot forget and appreciate the hard work of also Senator Tom Tillis. So definitely don't forget these gentlemen. So I'm going to say this to end. I want everyone here to join me in making sure that Donald J. Trump is given 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Dan Bishop.
It's a little high for me. I thought I'd start by sharing some of the latest paraphernalia. Y'all all want to get this. It says, Hunter Biden is a crook. Change my mind. How about Trump for chief? Hey, Charles Bell, I see Charles out there. Where were you, Charles? There you are. I am Dan Bishop, and I have the high honor and the distinct privilege of representing Robeson County in the United States House of Representatives. But also married up, Joe Bishop's with me today. I want you to make her feel welcome. When I was elected to the state senate in 2016, a fella came in with me, sat next to me in the Senate chamber. Unusual guy. Introduced 114 bills in his first session in the state legislature, passed half of them, and he would sit next to me while debate was going on the floor of the Senate, and he never missed an opportunity to monologue. He was lobbying me for his bills. His name, Danny Britt, Senator Danny Britt. And he'd tell me, he said, I need your help. My people need your help. And in time, we co-sponsored a bill to perfect the recognition of the Lumbee tribe by the North Carolina General Assembly. And in the General Assembly, under the leadership of Speaker Tim Moores right over here and Senator Phil Berger, we made investments in UNCP to improve economic opportunity, educational opportunity in Robeson County and in this area of the state. In fact, this afternoon, I don't know, there he is right there, Phil Berger Jr., candidate for the North Carolina Supreme Court with us. I'm sorry. Where is he? Over here. Where is Phil? Stand up, Phil. There you go. I'm sorry, Phil. I got it over there. And then came the special election for Congress 19 months ago, and I asked Senator Britt and Brendan Jones, Representative Brendan Jones, to introduce me to Robeson County. And I made the argument to Lumberton and to Pembroke and Red Springs and St. Paul's that I was the right Dan to represent you in Congress, and you agreed. With powerful help from Donald Trump, in an historic sea change, we came within 200 votes of winning Robeson County, and this year we're going over the top. I went to work with some of the friends we've made here, Paul Jolliker, Mayor Bruce Davis, Mayor Greg Cummings, Chancellor Robin Cummings, Ron Sutton, Fernie Lambert and the Lumbee Warriors, Eric West, Lee Grantham, Philip Stevens, and of course Senator Britt, Representative Jones. And in Congress, my good friend Richard Hudson, and over in the Senate, first time in history, 2 United States Senators support Lumbee recognition, Tom Tillis and Richard Burr. And look where we are 1 year later. After 5 years' effort, the United States Department of Transportation has made a $5.2 million build grant to Pembroke for improvements uptown. And as Jared just said, on Wednesday, for the first time in history, a sitting president of the United States threw his support behind the Lumbee Recognition Act. when Donald J. Trump does something, he doesn't do it halfway. If he goes big. And so within 24 hours, President Trump announced he was visiting Robeson County himself to tell you about his support for Lumbee recognition. Can you feel the momentum? And then media reported yesterday, the majority leader in the House, Steny Hoyer, announced that we're going to vote in the U.S. House on the Lumbee Recognition Act before the end of the year. And after it passes the United States House, Senator Tillis and Senator Burr will be waiting for it in the United States Senate. This just shows what you can do when everybody pulls in the same direction. And when we elect for the President of the United States a man who's not a politician, a man who fights, and a man with whom we are forgotten no more. Now, with 10 days to go before the most important election in our history, certainly in our lives, we're just getting started winning, winning, winning. Look at this great crowd. The president is going to be pumped when he gets here. 10 days, ladies and gentlemen. I need us all to go out and stand with Donald J. Trump for 4 more years and make America great again. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Richard Hudson.
How are we doing today? I'm excited. President Trump is coming. Are you ready to give him a warm Southeastern North Carolina welcome? And how about my friend Dan Bishop? Isn't he great? You know, one of the honors of my life was being the congressman representing Robeson County for 4 years, and it hurt my heart when they redrew the lines and drew me out. But let me tell you, Robeson County is blessed to be represented by a man like Dan Bishop. And I tell you, you know, you call someone a friend in Washington, sometimes that's like when a lady in Maxton says, bless her heart. But when I say Dan Bishop's a friend, I mean it. He's a good man, and we work very closely together. And I was honored to work with him on Lumbee recognition, and we're not going to stop till we get it through to the finish. Now, another friend of mine and a friend of yours is our president, Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump loves North Carolina, and one way you can tell is he's always here. And boy, does Donald Trump work so hard. Our president is the hardest working person I know. I mean, think about just yesterday. What'd you do yesterday? Think about it. He had 2 rallies and signed a historic peace deal. That's a pretty good day. And what does Sleepy Joe do, by the way? He had one photo op in his front yard and called it a day. It's ridiculous. Well, I came here for one reason only, and that's to say thank you to President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, President Trump, for the greatest economy in our lifetime. Thank you, President Trump, for the incredible job you've done to fight this COVID. He started task force January 12th. He had the travel ban January 30th. When Joe Biden said he was overreacting, he had historic efforts to get us PPE and ventilators. Not one American that needed a ventilator went without a ventilator because of President Trump. And then he put in Operation Warp Speed. This was a businessman's vision. He said, we're not going to wait 10 years to get a vaccine for COVID. We're going to do it in months. And so Operation Warp Speed is underway right now. We have 6 different vaccines already being manufactured as they go through the process to prove that they're safe. Because of Donald Trump, we're not going to wait 10 years. We're going to have a vaccine by the end of the year. Thank you, President Trump. And thank you, President Trump, for keeping your promise and supporting our men and women in uniform. Thank you for the largest pay raise in history. God bless him. And thank you for rebuilding the military. Thank you for giving the training equipment they need. We passed a bill I wrote called the Better Military Housing Act because folks at Fort Bragg weren't living in good housing. And the last thing I want, tell me if you agree with us, the last thing we want is a soldier overseas worrying about his or her family and what kind of living conditions they live back home. Do you agree with me? And thank you, President Trump, for keeping your promise and taking care of our veterans. God bless you for that. In fact, we've got a lot of veterans here today. If you're a veteran, would you please stand? If you're a veteran or you're currently serving, thank you. Thank you. God bless our veterans, and thank you, Donald Trump, for giving us the VA Mission Act so veterans can get the best health care in the world. And if you can't get it from the VA, you can go to your private doctor, and we'll pay for it. President Trump signed a bill I wrote called the Rich Stay Skill Act that says if one of our soldiers is a victim of medical malpractice in the military, then they can get recompensated for it. And that means we're going to stop bad medical procedures in the military healthcare system. Don't our soldiers deserve the best healthcare in the world? And the last thing I want to say to President Trump is thank you, President Trump, for finally righting a historic wrong. Thank you, President Trump, for finally recognizing the Lumbee tribe. Thank you. Now listen, we're only 10 days away from the election, and this thing is close, folks. Now the national media, they want you to think it's over. It ain't over. My mom's watching on TV. She's going to be mad I said ain't, but it's not over. That's right. And it's up to us to get out there and support the president. And let me tell you, for those of you who might live in my district now, I need your help. Nancy Pelosi is spending millions of dollars on TV and in the mail lying about me. She's trying to convince the voters of my district that I don't support veterans. You know how ridiculous that is? That's like saying Joe Biden doesn't spend enough time in his basement. So I'm counting on you to help me tell the truth. So in these last 10 days, we've got to get out there and work. I know everybody here is going to vote. I hope most of you have already voted. But that's not good enough. That's not good enough. Every person you know, you've got to drag them to the polls. Don't tell them to go, take them. Don't take their word for it, check on them. We've got to get every vote recorded for our judiciary candidates who are here today, like Phil Berger Jr., for our state representatives, like your great representative and senator here in this county, all up and down the ballot. We're counting on you. We're counting on you. The only thing standing between Donald Trump and 4 more years is us getting out and doing our job, and I know I can count on you. 4 more years. 4 more years. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Governor of Georgia, Sonny Perdue.
Robeson County. You know, you may not know who I am, but I know who you are. And the President Trump knows who you are. Jared said it earlier. Can you imagine the President of the United States showing up in Robeson County because he cares for the working men and women of Robeson County? Are you ready to make America great again? Who needs a hat? Who wants a hat? You missed that one. Here's another one. Who wants a hat? Bad throw. Okay. I'm from Georgia, so I think y'all can understand me, can't you? Well, good. You know, I lived in Raleigh in the middle 70s before I went home to Georgia, and I became North Carolina's my second home. And we come back often. We got lifelong friends there. I never spent a lot of time in Robeson County, but I'm telling you, are you all tired of being forgotten and taken for granted? Jared told you this is a man that cares for the average American, wherever you are. I've seen it up close. I often wondered how he had such an affection for working people, farmers and ranchers and those kind of folks. This is a young man that grew up in Queens, New York, became a billionaire, and yet he still had a heart. In fact, he told me one time, he said, I didn't pay a lot of attention to the architects. I'd go down on the ground where the electricians and the plumbers and the carpenters were. That's how we built America, and that's how we're going to build it again with you all out there. This man instinctively has the heart and soul of average working Americans. He believes that you all embody the American spirit that made the United States of America the greatest country on earth. He believes that, and that's why he cares for it. That's why he's here in Robeson County. You know, I didn't make it to Lumberton, but I've got a great connection to Lumberton that really is in my heart. You've got one Dr. Johnny Hunt, who was superintendent here in Robeson County. But I know another Dr. Johnny Hunt, who was my pastor at Woodstock First Baptist in Atlanta for there. He's still got relatives here, and you all came to visit him on many occasions. And he's the one that inspired me about the Lumbee Indians and their cause. And he wanted me to tell you all hello today, and he's still pulling for you. He remembers his time here in Lumberton, and he was a great friend of mine, is a great friend of mine. And he's was president of the Southern Baptist Convention, a very powerful evangelist and a very powerful person that came right here from Lumberton, I think in the Free Branch area, and has changed lives all over America and all over this world. And I'm a product of that. That's what the potential is here. I've seen really the Pembroke, or the university there, about famous Lumbee Indians there that have gone over to do things. That's a possibility. That's what President Trump wants for all Americans, is the opportunity to be everything you can be. And that's why he's fighting to recognize officially as the Lumbee tribe of America here in this area, the nation. And that's I've seen it up close. I've seen it up close. I know his heart. Many things. Can you believe? How would you withstand if the mainstream media was just fighting on you all every day? Getting up. Can you imagine? I've seen his heart up close. This man loves America as much as anyone I've ever seen in my life. He loves the United States of America, and he truly wants America to be great again, and again for the future. That's why it's so important. Folks, the media finally does have it right. After the debate the other night, they finally said, this is the biggest contrast we've ever seen. It's not a short fork to the right or a fork to the left. It's a T in the road. We're either going to go left to socialism or right to America great again. Socialism didn't make this country great. The hardworking men and women with the opportunity for liberty and being all that you can be, that's what America made great again. And that's what President Trump recognizes. That's why he comes to places like Lumberton and not just in the cities around here. That's why he depends on you to return him so he can continue. You can't turn this nation around from where it was in 4 years. He needs 4 more years in order to do what needs to be done for America, but he cannot do it without you. The power of the ballot box is better than any poll you've ever seen. Let me tell you, you can show the pollsters in America where the heart of America is by voting for President Donald J. Trump again on Tuesday. Let me just tell you my story. In 2002, Georgia had never had a Republican governor. I ran against an incumbent there. We had a Democratic legislature, a Democratic House, and they never had one. The Tuesday before the election, the great pollsters, those pundits that know everything, had Purdue down 10 points to my opponent that way. But guess what happened? The hearts and souls of the people in Georgia voted for a change in Georgia, just like we're going to vote to continue President Donald J. Trump on Tuesday, November the 3rd. And it all depends on you. And folks, you can't stop there. These ballots matter all the way down. This is a team sport, from your senator here and your local legislators all the way up and down the ballot. Don't stop just at the top. You've got some important races here in North Carolina that are going to matter about how North Carolina does, how it fares in the future. Policies matter. People matter that are you put in office. This is a democratic republic. Not all of us can go to Raleigh or Washington, but you can go through your vote and let the public know, let the world know what direction you want America to go. Do you want to keep going good, or do you want to go back to socialism where we've been? We're not going to do that. I trust you. I trust the people. President Trump trusts you and the wisdom that you all have in order to make the right decision. Show all the pollsters wrong. Don't get discouraged by that. Just work harder, because unlike some people who may tell you to vote 10 times illegally, I'm telling you, you can vote and leverage your vote many times by you going to vote and taking 10 to 100 friends with you. That's what it's going to take. Don't stop. Go out. You got a Rolodex in your pocket. We call them these phones now. That's your contact list. That's the people that trust you. No amount of media, no amount of ads on radio, television, anything can outweigh the people who trust you in your opinion. You're here today because you're concerned about America. Not everybody is here today because they don't care as much as you do. So what you can do is leverage your power, leverage your knowledge, leverage your passion in order to go vote and take 10 to 100 with you. Call or write, text, email, all that you have to do, and influence those people that trust you about your political opinion so we can re-elect Donald J. Trump all the way down, Dan Forrest, and Tom Tillis back to the United States Senate. Folks, it would be a shame if we elect Donald Trump again and lose the Senate. They would block him on everything. We can't let that happen. You wouldn't get another judge like Amy Coney Barrett there. You won't see another person of her character, her intellect, her integrity being nominated if we don't re-elect the President Trump and if we don't give him the Senate again so other judges can be confirmed. This is generational, people. This is going to affect the lives of your children and grandchildren in the courts here. That's why it's so important. So Robeson County, President Trump's counting on you. Senator Tillis is counting on you. Lieutenant Governor Forrest is counting on you. And all these members of Congress that you just heard from, Congressman Bishop and Congressman Hudson and others. Get out wherever you are and make sure that America hears your voice. The power of the ballot box is the strongest power we have, but it doesn't work if we don't go. So go vote for Donald J. Trump and all these others, and God bless Robeson County.
Is this the real?
All right, so we just listened to former governor of Georgia, Sonny Perdue, also the Secretary of Agriculture under President Trump. And we also got to listen to Congressman Dan Bishop and Richard Hudson in speeches that were very fiery, very passionate, speaking their support for President Trump. again, I'd like to reiterate we are entirely viewer funded, and we show you guys all of this, what's going on all around us. We show you the crowd, we show you the pre-speakers, we go to all of the rallies, and we're going to have coming up 5 rallies, 6 rallies a day trying to see President Trump. 5 to 6 a day, and it costs $5,000 to $7,000 to go to each of these rallies. So it is very difficult and very important that everybody please donate to Right Side so that we continue to go to these rallies and show you all what's happening. So if you could donate to us, you could go to rsbnetwork.com/donate to help us continue to show you guys everything live, unedited, unscripted, and unfiltered like the mainstream media does. Now, if you go through our site and you can't get through, I encourage you all to please try again later, and that is rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also donate in the YouTube live chat as well. But keep in mind, YouTube takes 30% of all donations. So if you would like your money to not be taken, 30% of it given to YouTube, please go to our website at rsbnetwork.com/donate. And you can also mail your donation as well to 1550 Opelika Road, spelled Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. And guys, keep in mind, we're going to have 5 to 6 of these a day. That's a lot of rallies, and it's $5,000 to $7,000 to go to each rally. That's a lot. So please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate to help us continue to show you guys everything that is happening. And again, I'd like to thank our partner for today, iTarget Pro. Their company shows how innocent people don't have to be victims to violent crimes from the left. They get to practice self-defense with a firearm in their own home. So again, it is a great product to use. The ammo is very expensive, so you get to actually use a firearm without ammo to practice in case you're ever in a situation where you need to. So you can go to iTargetPro.com, and if you use the code SAVE10, you get 10% off of your purchase. So that is iTargetPro, spelled with an I, iTargetPro.com. Use SAVE10 as your promo to get 10% off of your purchases for iTarget Pro. But what a fantastic rally we have here gearing up right now. What do you think?
You know, we're about 30 minutes away, and we heard 3 or 4 fabulous speeches, all really uniting us as Americans. And this music is extremely loud, by the way. Extremely loud. But anyway, we've heard several speeches that really has wrapped their arms around what this is all about. Us coming together and celebrate being free.
Exactly. You see a lot of love and support and compassion at these Trump rallies. They're not anything like the media makes them to be. We don't even see CNN here. They couldn't even bother to show up. We've got Fox and we've got the White House camera. That's it. They didn't even bother to show up. If they really cared, if they really wanted to get the message out, they'd bother to show up. We bothered to show up, which is why it's so important that we go to these rallies. We came. We're showing you what happens. The media refuses to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the importance of everyone getting out and voting. We've heard many calls to go pick up elderly people, seniors, your friends, your neighbors. It was really interesting. He picked up the cell phone and goes, you know what? Go to your contact list and even call a friend and say, hey, let's go together. Let's get a party up and go together. It's very important we get to vote. We all come together and vote.
It's so important that we all get out and vote, because while we might think that the polls are wrong, the polls are going to be skewed, and that President Trump is going to win, nothing is guaranteed. We look at what happened in 2016. Nobody expected him to pull off the victory that he did and flip the states that he did. That could happen with Joe Biden. God forbid. We don't want that to happen. We don't want to say, well, we should have gone out and voted. I thought he was going to win, so I didn't vote. We need to vote. We need to make sure that President Trump secures another 4 more years, because America cannot afford 4 years or 8 years of a Biden-Harris presidency.
Isn't it amazing that just hours after President Trump left the debate stage there in Nashville, he found himself once again on a podium at another rally. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's probably home in Delaware, resting up for the next maybe 10 days, waiting, counting on you for you to follow for all of the fake news that's out there to encourage you to vote for him. But this president has done something I don't think we've seen a president do ever before with the amount of rallies back to back. I mean, heck, he had 2 in Florida yesterday. He's got 1 here. I know he's off. We're off to Pennsylvania. You're off to New Hampshire. He is traveling, and he is not relying on what he's done the last 4 years. He wants to earn your vote for the next 4 years, and we're very thankful that we actually have a president that understands the value of your vote.
No, exactly. That you're exactly right on that. And you know, he's 74 years old. He's the president, and he'll start going to 5 or 6 rallies a day. And he's president, and he's 74 years old. I don't have that kind of energy. The fact that he does that is fantastic. I wish to have the stamina that he has. Yeah. At age 74 that he has. And Biden just doesn't have it. Biden has 1 rally maybe every couple of weeks. I call it a rally. Sometimes he doesn't get anybody to show up. Literally, Arizona, Ian Harris did a joint rally. Nobody came. And they say he's up 3 points in the RCP average in Arizona. I don't buy it.
Like Rasmussen and some other polls had him up, and I don't buy that as well. And of course, if you think back what happened in 2016, where even the day of the election, they were calling that Hillary Clinton had an overwhelmingly percentage chance of winning the presidency. We just can't listen to the polls at all. Bottom line, go out and vote. If you have not voted yet, I encourage you to do early voting. I voted before I took the trip here, so thank God I voted, because I'm not quite sure if I would even make it back before Election Day as well. But anyway, we're here live in Lumberton, North Carolina, for the Donald J. Trump Make America Great Again rally, set to kick off here in about 25 minutes from now. He should be taking the stage. Typically talks for about an hour and a half, and of course he'll address all the things that we all talk about on social media, your freedom, your liberty, your rights. Of course, he talks a lot about international foreign policy, and of course breaking the news in last week was Hunter Biden's laptop that was discovered, the emails that came out, the pictures that you might have seen on social media, and a lot of the mainstream media called that a hoax. They called it not for real. They discredited the source. That is very much real, and Joe Biden, without a doubt, was selling through the back door influence to the White House. There is absolutely evidence that backs that up. And I think that the American people need to know that. And I'll give you a great example right now. My parents, they're not on social media. They don't watch right side broadcasting. They're not out there looking at other alternative news sources. They're watching ABC News. They're waiting for David Muir and everyone else to tell them about this corruption. And it's just, they're not going to hear it. That's why we're here for you. But will that hurt Trump? Or Biden, would that help Trump, rather, and would that hurt Biden, you think, in the next 10 days of the election?
Oh, I definitely think it's going to hurt Biden. Look, we can't trust the media to report it. Journalism is dead. We have to accept that. But with Trump getting his message out, and I am sure stuff is going to come out about Hunter and about Joe Biden before this election. I mean, when you look at what happened with Hillary and Comey, people still found out about that after the media really refused to talk about it at all. And I think at a certain point they're going to have to a little bit, because it's going to be so bad for Biden. And I think it's going to probably turn off a lot of people. Biden is always saying he's a great guy, he has a great character, he's going to unite the country. But what we know, when he was vice president, he held foreign aid from Ukraine until they did his bidding. His son sold access to him. Biden is making millions of dollars being vice president. From 2017 to 2019, Biden made almost $20 million. How did he do that? He's making $170,000 a year, and he's making tens of millions of dollars. How did he do that?
Yeah, we've seen time after time these politicians, public service, with a net worth way low, come out with a net worth that none of us can even imagine obtaining. And of course, they've done that through shady deals. And that's exactly what President Trump called out just a few days ago. We are moments away, about 20 minutes away from President Trump taking the stage here in Lumberton, North Carolina. And then we are off to Pennsylvania, New Hampshire. We have got all the coverage for you right here on Right Side Broadcasting. Don't forget to go to our website again. I know that we've been saying it over and over again. Donations mean everything. If you like what you're seeing right now, one way you can tell us is, well, you can make a comment that you like it, you can share it, tag a friend. But more importantly, we need funds. We need financing to do everything that we do here. So any amount is, we're very grateful for it. I was in Carson City. I had the opportunity to meet about 10 people that came up to us and said, look, this is what I want to give. One guy gave $300 and said, I'm donating to conservatism. I'm donating to my freedom. And quite honestly, we are very appreciative of each and every one of you out there that can donate.
Exactly. It is so important because if we can't get to these rallies, you're not going to see what happens. You're not going to get to see the people in the crowd. Nobody else pans it. We're the only ones who pan it. Nobody else pans it. Nobody does what we do. So it's so important that we actually do donate and go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. And while you're at it, also give us a like on YouTube, give us a follow on YouTube, hit that notification button so you're getting notifications when we're having rallies. You can also follow us on Twitter at RSB Network on Twitter. Please go. You can see updates. You can follow me at Real A Caldwell on Twitter. That is Real A Caldwell. Almost at 2,000, so let's get to 2,000. And where can we find you, Brian?
Yeah, you can find me at Brian Glenn TV. That's BrianGlenn, Brian Glenn TV across the board. Facebook, Instagram. I'm on everything but Snapchat. I actually had that for a while, and I dropped that. But give me a follow. I'll follow you back. I do interact with each and every one of you. I'm not going to ignore your messages. I like to respond to you. I want to engage with you, and I want you to engage with us. Comment down below where you're watching. I know last week we had people from all around the world. I'm blown away of how many people over in Europe follow us, and they follow American politics, because let's let the truth be told. What happens here in America really dictates what happens in the rest of the world.
Well, exactly, because if we have Joe Biden, it's going to lower our stance in the world. We cave to countries. We'll cave to China. We'll cave to Iran. We'll cave to Russia, Ukraine. It's what's going to happen under Joe Biden. President Trump has strengthened our stance. He's getting us out of, for instance, the Paris Climate Accord, where we're paying for almost all of the Paris Climate Accord. It's not fair. Free trade with NATO, signing USMCA, which Joe Biden says now he supports it, although he was against it. Then he said he was for NAFTA, then he was against it, even though he signed NAFTA. The lie doesn't seem to know what planet he's on. But either way, free trade, bringing our country back, bringing American jobs back to the country that Obama said could never, ever happen. Wages going up, more people being hired, manufacturing going up. It helps our stance in the world. We're helping our country, America, first. We're taking care of our country before we're just spending millions and billions on other countries who hate us.
Yeah, I heard a comment a while back that said, well, the public opinion in Germany is this about America. The public opinion of Spain is this in America. Do we really care what some guy in Spain thinks about us? We're only thinking about us. We care about our president. We care about our country, and I don't think we should really care what the rest of the world thinks about us. Now, that's my personal opinion, because I think we should put America first. And I actually think every country should put their people first. I was in Africa a couple of years ago. I was in Uganda, and I was talking to the people that I was staying with, and I said, hey, what's your thoughts on President Trump? And not knowing the response I would get. And they all said, we admire him for putting Americans first. And that's exactly what he's done. And I think every country, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau should put Canadians first. I mean, this is just common sense, and that's one thing we love. And that's one of the things I love about Donald Trump the most is the common sense of this president.
Exactly. And you know what? I don't think we should be bowing down to other countries and caring what other countries think. They've got their own problems. We've got our own problems. The last time we cared about what Great Britain thought, we revolted from them and formed our own country. So I don't think we should really be paying attention to what they have to say. Focus on our issues. Do what's best for the United States and the American people.
Yeah, I was laughing. There was a lady behind us. She had a fake news CNN t-shirt on. And you see that a lot. I've been in television for nearly 20 years, and I have never in my life seen the overwhelming support of a news outlet like I'm seeing for Right Side Broadcasting. It's simply the love that you guys have for us is indescribable. We see it in the crowd here. We see it in the comments down below. We see it in the donations. And I can tell you why. Because we're bringing this to you unfiltered. Okay, we're bringing this to you in its entirety, and we're letting you also engage with us, and we're engaging back with you. This is not a one-sided street here, which a lot of times it is. CNN loves to pump out the negative, fake news and unfactual stories, but we'll debunk that, and we'll also correct them and put out the truthful stuff. And I think that's what the viewers like most about us.
I will say it is very interesting what CNN did on a week ago. Wolf Blitzer, Nancy Pelosi, had an interview on there. Nancy Pelosi goes on Wolf Blitzer, and he's asking her hard questions. a real journalist, I was very surprised to see him actually pressing her. This network doesn't like Trump. She's calling him a Republican strategist, a Republican operative, for asking her tough questions. A Republican network? CNN is not a Republican network. They were grilling him. They're saying he was having a stroke for using 2 hands to drink a glass of water. They said he was a dictator for getting 2 scoops of ice cream. This network does not like him whatsoever. They did the fake witch hunt. But he's asking her hard questions. He's saying there's people in your state, they're starving. There's people across the country starving. She says she represents him. She says she represents the people. She does not. She, on a congressional salary, is worth over $100 million. She does not represent us. She's got $28,000 worth of ice cream in her fridge. She lives in a gated community with a wall around her house, saying that America doesn't need a wall on the southern border. She does not represent us, and she will never know what it is like to represent America.
Absolutely. And we heard earlier one of the state representatives here in North Carolina was talking about reopening the state, and they wanted to put that burden on the county. They wanted them to come out and be the lock it or even lock it down. So think about where you're watching us from right now. What is the current state of where you live? And if you want this country to be opened up like it should, and business flowing and jobs back and people going back to school, and more importantly, in my opinion, going back to church, then you need to keep Donald Trump back in office. If you want the opposite, if you want to lock it down, and Alex, Joe Biden said that the other night. Let's make this perfectly clear. You're wearing a mask until 2022, if not further, and this plexiglass, this whole world we're living in will continue if he gets the presidency.
Oh, exactly. And you know what? Biden is a one-size-fits-all solution. He knows what's best. He knows what businesses can open. He knows what businesses can close. Your county has to wear a mask, and your county has to wear a mask. My county doesn't have a lot of cases. The county next to mine has a lot of cases, but we're treated the exact same way, and that's how it's going to be under Biden. He thinks he knows what's best for everybody. He thinks he can just shut down every business and that they're all going to be fine. Every business should have to adhere to the same standards. Minimum wage. Everybody should have to be paid the same minimum wage, even though people in Alabama have a different economy than New York City. But Joe Biden thinks he knows what's best for everybody. He knows what's best for your business. He knows how to run your business, not you.
Let's set the stage again. We are live in Lumberton, North Carolina, just about 30 minutes south of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and it's a beautiful day out. About 81 degrees, light wind. It is warming up though, but hey, the crowd is ready for this president who is set to take the stage at 12:30. That is about 12 minutes from now. The most powerful man in the world will take this stage and once again deliver a message of freedom, liberty, and put the power back into the American people's hands. And you know what? Let's just be honest, Alex. That's exactly what this president is all about. It's all about the transition of power from really the government back down to the people, and ones that are conservatives can really understand this, but I think it's inherently in the DNA of a liberal to want government control, to want that power over them, and more importantly, want someone telling them what to do. Conservatives, we don't necessarily look for that. We look for, obviously, our spiritual guidance for who we are, but we want our freedom. We don't want government control. We want less government in our lives. We want less regulation. We want less taxes, more freedom, and we want to be able to actually live out those rights, our God-given rights.
The Democrats, they are campaigning on a platform of having more and more power. They're not afraid to admit it anymore. They're not afraid to admit it. They want to pack the courts. They refuse to answer the question, and you have other Democrat senators saying that they want to pack the courts, that it's justified. Chris Coons just came out and said that. They're saying it's justified to pack the courts. They want to add on more states. They want to make D.C. a state. They want to make Puerto Rico a state so that they get 4 more Democrats in the Senate, and they have a majority in the Senate. They can pass whatever they want. They're coming for your guns. They said they want to take away your AR-14s, your AR-15s. They don't know anything about guns, but they want to take them. Biden's tax plan, tax $200 per semi-automatic, fully semi-automatic weapon, whatever that is, $200 per magazine that has over 10 rounds. They have no idea what they're talking about, yet they want to regulate it. Take freedom away from people, take choice away from people. The only thing you have the right to choose is to kill your baby. That's it.
I was just going to say, you know, President Trump is the most pro-life president we have ever seen in American history. The March Right for Life, pro-life agenda, he's made no bones about that. He is for pro-life. So I'm talking to our Christians, our evangelical congregation right now, our audience for that. If that is a hot issue for you, that I can't think of any other reason why you wouldn't go vote for Donald Trump if that is the number one issue with you. And it should resonate deeply, inherently, as a Christian, of how it is biblical that you keep this man in office. Life or death relies on it.
And that's exactly, the Democrats don't have a problem with abortion. The case of the Virginia governor, you can kill it after it's been born. Late-term abortion, they're fine with it. It has become mainstream. President Trump, there's a clear difference between the two. President Trump is against abortion. He is pro-life. Biden, he says he's a Catholic, but he is one of the most staunch pro-abortion people out there. He's for it. They're very much for late-term abortion, and that's, they say that's the only thing you really have the right to choose. You can't choose anything else. You can't choose your health care. You have to be put on public plan. You can't have your private health care. You don't have freedom of speech. You're not allowed to own a gun. You can't choose to go to church or not. That's it. That's how you will live under them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're probably about 10 minutes away from President Trump. It's interesting because we don't know exactly where he's going to come in at. That's just he is like Houdini sometimes. He just kind of magically appears in the venue. Obviously, there's no runway here, so he probably will be. His caravan will make its way, and it's always a grand entrance. I'm just looking behind us. You can probably see there is a back side road back here. I would imagine he'll roll up on, but what a great entrance. And if this is the first time that you've watched a rally here on Right Side, thank you very much for joining us. It's the first time you've ever seen a rally in general. Thank you for joining us, and it's really something else. You're going to have a good time tonight, or today rather. It's funny, the difference between a day rally and a night rally. I like the day rallies. I'm a day person, but I know you've been to several rallies. You have a preference between day and night?
I actually like the night rallies a little bit better. I think you usually get a lot more people at the night rallies, and people will camp out. This one's a little bit different. People don't have to camp out as long. With the night rallies, people camp out all day for it. So many people and so much energy. You make a whole day out of it. I always enjoyed going to the night rallies, especially as an attendee. I'd stand there all day. It's so fun. You meet so many people. You see so many things. It is so much fun to come to these rallies. If you haven't been to one, try to come within the next 10 or 11 days.
And we see a lot of mixed people here. We see blacks for Trumps, Latino for Trumps, LGBTQ for Trumps. You see it all out here, despite what you might see in the mainstream media. There is a large support around for this president.
Exactly. And you know what? Everybody's always calling Trump some kind of homophobic, xenophobic. He has not been that at all. Decriminalizing homosexuality around the world, one of the things he's been trying to do. For xenophobic? No. He saved a lot of lives by doing what he did. That is not xenophobic. Xenophobia is not saving millions and millions of lives. Not the case.
Yeah. And let's remind you, let's go back in 2015 as he takes that elevator ride down there, preparing and announcing his candidacy for president. A lot of people laughed at this president. A lot of people said there's just absolutely no way. And if you remember, the field was packed. I think there were about 27 people or whatever it was competing for the candidacy of the nomination, rather. But look where we're at now. We've had 4 fabulous years, and then we want to do it again. And I can't imagine anybody else from the conservative Republican ticket being involved with this. Like Donald Trump has set the bar as far as what we expectations.
People always have low expectations for him. That's the problem. They don't expect him to do well. They don't expect him to win. Remember, Ann Coulter, she was on Bill Maher, and he says, of all the Republicans running in 2015, general election, and she said, of the declared ones right now, Donald Trump, and they laughed at her. Yeah. Everybody laughed at her. Everybody said he's not going to win. He's a sideshow. He can't win. And he went up against, I believe, 17 or 18 of the most powerful Republicans in the country, and one by one they went. Jeb Bush went, Ted Cruz went, Marco Rubio, Chris Christie, gone, all gone. And I like a lot of them, but he just cut them down. A lot of these people, everybody expected Bush to win. It would have been a Bush-Clinton dynasty all over again. He took them out one by one. Nobody expected him to. And then he's the nominee. Nobody saw him winning the general. He won the general. He did the unexpected. He can't win Wisconsin. he can't win Michigan or Pennsylvania, they said. Hillary's going to win in a landslide on election night. We call Wisconsin for Donald Trump. We call Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida for Donald Trump. Nobody thought he was going to win, and he did the unthinkable.
And he did not win. And we were talking earlier about how even Bernie Sanders got jacked in the 2016 nomination. And and neither one of us can identify with Bernie Sanders at all politically. He may be a nice guy, and that's great. He may look like Larry David too, by the way. He does look a lot like Larry David. But what they did to Bernie Sanders was completely wrong. And Hillary Clinton, the DNC, Donna Brazile, they all had it out for Bernie and the rest of the party. So what's going to happen, you think, when Biden and Harris have a defeat? Who emerges 4 years from now for them?
Well, I think it's likely that we could possibly get Cuomo and maybe Newsom, maybe even Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's hard
if she's old enough. I don't know
if she's old enough. I think she will be, but it's going to depend on where the party goes. If they lose in a landslide, the Democrats are going to, I think, a lot of them in the establishment, they're going to wake up and they're going to see this socialist message isn't going to work. You'll see them change positions really fast. You'll see them change their position faster than Hillary Clinton changed hers when she was for everything and then she was against it. They're going to change it. I think it's going to run a little bit differently. But if they win, you're going to see a lot of bad stuff happen.
Yeah, and I love the fact you had a lot of never-Trumpers early on this term, but they quickly changed their tune when they filled out, don't go against our president and expect us to support you in terms or throughout the election in general, because the people elected this president, and you better get behind the people, because if you go against the president, especially on very common sense things like our rights, they're going to vote you out of office.
Oh, exactly. Donald Trump is the Republican Party now. He has shaped it, I believe, for the better. I think it's becoming a lot more common sense, and he's accepting a lot more things that really weren't very mainstream. He has completely reshaped the party and has done a fantastic job with it. And the thing about it, I am a conservative at heart. I believe in conservatism, but I will say, Bush didn't do what he promised to do. Other Bush didn't really do what he promised.
Is this the first election you voted in?
This is my first presidential election. My first. I voted in the midterms. I'm only 20. I don't turn 21 for another couple of months. My first time voting, and I will be voting for Donald Trump.
I would just imagine how many first-time voters we have online watching us right now. Comment down below if it's your first time that you voted. And you know what? Don't be shy. If you're in your 30s and 40s and you just never really were ever motivated to vote for whatever reason, let us know. Don't be shameful if you're 40 years old and this is the first election you ever voted in. There's plenty of people out there just like you that this president has connected with on such a level that you're led to vote. Look, I'm doing this right here, right now, because I was led. I got out of a TV job, and I had a mentor ask me if money was no issue, which don't get wrong, we all need money, right? But if money was no issue, what would you want to do? I said, absolutely, hands down. Here it is, two things. Glorify the kingdom of God up above. Amen to that. That's number one. Number two, promote patriotism. Promote this country. We are at a pivotal point in this country. We have two different directions we can go. And I want to do everything I can to promote conservatism and promote patriotism for this country. It's very important. It's deeply. That's why I'm here right now. That's why I'm traveling. That's why I'm working. That's why we stay up late. That's why we get up early. That's why we stand on this podium for 8 hours each time and do this, because we are very passionate about what we do, and we're glad that you're sharing your time with us. That's my story. Now, we're moments away from this president, and normally you'll get a lot of reaction from the crowd reacting to whatever's going on behind us that perhaps we can't see. A motorcade driving in, a plane landing, whatever the case may be. The tension, you can kind of start to feel it here right now.
It's the energy. It's increasing more and more and more as this rally goes. Sorry, this peaceful protest goes on. Sorry, I have to use the politically correct terminology because.
Well, just for a second, let's mention that. Looking around, I'd probably say maybe 20% of people may have a mask on, 15-20%, which is okay, which is absolutely okay. But this is the peaceful protest.
Oh, exactly. You're allowed to protest, but you can't go to church. You can't go to a restaurant. You can't go to school. But you can protest. You can burn down your city. Now, while we're not burning anything down, we're just here. We're protesting. We're protesting Biden, and we're protesting for Trump. That's exactly what we're doing.
And you know what? And we talked about this early while we have a chance to bring it up. The 25th Amendment that was talked about a couple weeks ago, when I first heard that, I thought, whoa, they're going after Trump. they're not going after Trump. They're going after Biden. See, wins, that's when they enact that. They push him aside, and then here comes the squad. Here comes the radical squad that dramatically wants to change the course of this country.
Oh, exactly. It's a practice run, really. Biden won't last more than a couple of months, a year if he is lucky, and then Harris is just going to take over, and she'll pass anything and everything. And when they add states, when they add Puerto Rico and D.C., they have a majority in the Senate. They pack the courts. Yeah, you can bet Harris is really going to make this country unrecognizable in the most negative way possible. So, when you're voting this November, and you're looking at two candidates for your House or for the Senate, and you're looking at that, and you say, well, they're kind of running as a moderate, I might want to vote for them, they are going to fall in line with the Democrats 100% of the time. I will say, in my state, I live next to a district run by a guy named Connor Lamb. Now, Connor Lamb, he ran as a moderate Democrat. You'd look at an ad from Connor Lamb and you'd think he's a Republican. He said he'd like Trump, he said he'd support Trump, and then he got to Congress and he voted with Pelosi 93% of the time. Ben McAdams in Utah did it 90% of the time. That's exactly what happens. They run as a moderate, then they get to D.C., they fall in line with Pelosi, they fall in line with Schumer. Joe Manchin of West Virginia says, I will support President Trump. I will be a moderate. Then he votes with Schumer to get rid of him. Sinema in Arizona, the same thing. Doug Jones, Alabama, the same thing. They vote to get rid of him. They fall in line and they vote to get rid of this president. They vote against everything he does. That's why we can't get stimulus passed, because Pelosi is sitting on it and she refuses to work with the president or the Republicans in Congress to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when you can look at what Kamala Harris has done in her district up there in San Francisco, and the whole state, let's just be honest, I've got a lot of friends, I've got some family in California, and it's just not a good situation there at all. And I don't know when that can turn back to a conservative feel there in that state. It's going to take some time. It's going to take a gigantic wake up for that state to realize that Gavin Newsom and all of the other cronies there in California have completely destroyed that state, not only financially, but culturally. We haven't even talked about the wokeness of our society. That's a whole other show, folks. But the wokeness that's alive in that culture has just made it almost impossible to live a free, open life there. You're controlled at every aspect of your life. And if it's someone who lived in Newport Beach for about 15 years, thank goodness I lived there before. I think it radically became different. But as you look right now, there's a little bit of an overflow shot that's looking off back behind us on the risers here. And as we pan back to the left, you'll see obviously right here, we have been here standing in this place since about 9:15 this morning. We have been right here in front of you, and there's really, I can't think of anything else I'd rather do right now.
No, exactly. And actually, I'm just getting reports now that President Trump is on his way. He'll be here in several minutes, probably about 25 minutes from now. He's landed Air Force One. He's on his way. It's about a 30-minute drive from the airport. His plane landed at a little bit before noon, so he's on his way. He should be here very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, exciting. And of course, as a lot of the people here have been here since about 10 a.m. I mean, people lined up earlier, but they didn't really let you in until about 10. So they're eagerly awaiting. We are too. Of course, a lot of the media is here. National media is here. A lot of local and regional news outlets is here. What you expect here when they're in their own backyard? Why not come out here and watch the president today? And of course, the president has a very, very busy schedule. After this, he's off. We've got him in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Michigan. We're going up to. He is not stopping until November 3rd. And actually, on November 3rd, I think he has event stops planned even the day of the election.
Oh, he does for sure. We're going to have 5 or 6 a day up until then. It's going to be insane, which is why it's so important that we go and donate, because we have to hit every single one of these rallies. We want to hit every single one of these rallies. And if we don't have the funds, we won't be able to do so. So, if you want to help us out, if you can please help us out, please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, because it's the only way. We are entirely viewer funded. We don't get money from anybody else or anywhere else. These other mainstream companies, they're making millions of dollars from all of these outside people. We are viewer funded. We don't have any of these people, big people pouring into us. We're viewer funded from people like you, because people like you want to hear what we have to say. People like you want to see what's happening without being filtered or edited or cut out by the media. So, if you would like to help us out, please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can go and you can mail to us as well for a donation at 1550 Opelika Road, Opelika, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. And keep in mind, guys, it costs about $5,000 to $7,000 a rally, so it's hard to get here. So I encourage you all to please donate. And I'd like to thank our partner again today, iTarget Pro, for helping us out here. If you would like to, please go to itargetpro.com. It's spelled I, the letter I, itargetpro.com, and enter the promo code SAVE10. You can get 10% off your purchase. Again, these guys will help you with your self-defense. Practice your self-defense with an actual firearm. Anyone you want, really. Please go to itargetpro.com and use the promo code SAVE10 to get 10% off.
Absolutely. Now, we've got a helicopter that just flew over. Of course, that's where everybody was looking at and waving. I don't know if that's the president or not. I don't know who it is. It could be security. I don't know. But I'm telling you, folks, the hairs are standing up on my arms right now as we get ready for the president, hopefully making his way here to the stage momentarily. I don't know, and I've never been, I've never witnessed firsthand a helicopter that he arrives in. Do you know that is not it? I'm getting reports that does not look like it, but nevertheless, it fakes us all out. We actually think it is, and it makes us all excited. Here we go. We got another speaker, it looks like. Let's see what's going to happen now. Nope, we don't. All right, so we jumped the gun on that. All right, so anyway, we do have a helicopter, and it kind of looks like it is getting ready to land, but I don't really know what that's about. But nevertheless, it certainly has the crowd fired up right now. Is there anything? I told you, I'm a music guy, but there is nothing like the electricity before a Trump rally.
You're right. And you know what? It's a shame we can't show the music to everybody because we'll be copyrighted right away. They don't like us. We're a conservative company. They don't like us. That's what big tech has against us. So unfortunately, we can't let anybody listen to the music. We can't let anybody listen to the YMCA that he sings his hymns to at the end. We can't. We'll be taken down. We won't be allowed to do this anymore. So it is a shame that we can't do it, but I hope that you guys can understand. But right now, we've got a helicopter in the air. I don't think it's Marine One, but it'd be surprising if he got out of it. I'm not sure. It's not Marine One. I don't know if that's the one he's in or not.
Yeah, according to the memo that we just got, landed at like 12:28 or 12:09. So 30 minutes from now. So that's definitely not him. But nevertheless, it makes for great television though right now with a helicopter flying over, and everybody thinks it is a president. But I remember the first time I was at a Trump rally, and it was in Dallas, Texas at the American Airlines Center, and there was absolutely nothing more ecstatic than that. And I actually had a chance to spend some time with the press secretary, Caitlin McAnally, and that was awesome to be able to spend a few minutes with her. But man, what an intense in a good way. That is excited. Everybody can't wait for this president to take the stage. Of course, a lot of these people have been here since early this morning, so God bless them. I know they got to be getting hot by now. And of course, staying hydrated is one thing. We've seen water being passed out to everybody, so hopefully we don't have any issues there. I know that in Carson City, it was a little warm out there in the desert, but it can get a little bit warm here as well. So for you watching us at home, yes, I did take the jacket off. I was hot. I had one person, had somebody messaging me just now and said, hey, why'd you lose the jacket? I'm like, well, it's hot. So I decided to take it off and go with the shirt. So anyway, we're so glad you're watching us. If you just not got this broadcast, please share it, tag a friend, tell some people you have it, let them know that you're watching us, and better yet, spread the love of Right Side Broadcasting, donate if you can.
Exactly, and you know what? It is really hot out here right now. You had asked me earlier. You said, do I like night rallies or day rallies better? I'm going to reiterate. I like night rallies better because I don't get sunburned in night rallies. And today I'm probably going to get a little bit pink more than usual. It is hot. It is about 80 degrees. I feel every bit of it. And I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm not really used to that in October. So it is really something else. But it hasn't stopped people from coming today.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll step back here. Like we said, we are moments away from the president taking the stage here. And of course, he's en route for Fayetteville, about 30 minutes north of here. So he's going to go down I-95. Of course, I don't know his route. He could have a secret route. I don't know. But he might be arriving here shortly. And this is something that I encourage everybody to stay tuned and watch. If you've never seen a Trump rally, it's amazing. Now let's go back. We talked to a lot of people as far as what's their concern. It seems like number one is opening up our economy, getting our business back and open. But you're on the college campuses. What are people talking about there?
Well, right now, I think a lot of people are trying to really see what Biden has to offer. A lot of the people I know on college campus don't like Biden. They despise him because his record is indefensible. You can't look at Biden's record and say that he's accomplished anything good. So they're not a fan of Trump by any means, but they don't like Biden, and it is a very hard decision for a lot of them. A lot of them are voting for Biden because they don't like Trump. That's not because they like Biden. You can't win an election like that. You can't. You need enthusiasm. Bernie, I will give Bernie Sanders credit. He had enthusiasm. But the Democrats screwed him out of that race. And they gave it to Biden. They gave it to Hillary. And they have no enthusiasm. That's why Hillary lost. I think that's why Biden will lose.
Yeah. And you know, the argument, though, if you don't like any of the candidates, he's like, well, I'm just not going to vote. Well, you not voting is really a vote for the left, in my opinion. We need every vote. And so when someone says, well, I'm going to write in some libertarian candidate or just somebody, I'm going to write in my neighbor's name, that is not doing anyone justice in this election. You have got to vote for Donald Trump even if you don't care about politics. And there's a lot of people out there right now that are saying, you know what, I don't really care that much about politics. I care about what happens in my schools, which is very important, your local races. What happens in your school board, what happens in your city council, what happens in your state representative, your senate, the gubernatorial races, of course, presidential races are huge. So every race matters. So for those that just say, my vote doesn't matter, or I just won't vote, I don't like the people, don't vote for the person, vote for the policy, vote for what you believe in. A lot of people, they get a little disheveled because of Trump. He doesn't have the best bedside manner, I'll give you that. But you know what? That's what I want in a candidate. I want someone that's going to fight. I mean, politics is rough. I want someone that's going to fight for this country, and that's exactly what he does. So get over the personality and embrace the policies of this president and what he stands for.
Somebody once said that Obama lied elegantly, but Trump tells the brutal truth. And I think that's what we need. I don't want to be lied to and sugar-coated to and have a politician dance around questions, dance around issues, and lie to us like Obama did. That's exactly what we had for 8 years under Obama. Trump has not done that. Trump is, he's blunt. Yeah, maybe his bedside manner is a little bit unorthodox, but he tells it like it is. And that's why people like him. That's why he won. That's exactly why he won. Obama lied, he sugar-coated everything. Biden does the same thing. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. Biden has been on the same side of every issue. You go to Biden's past. He was against same-sex marriage. Now he's for it. He's everything. Fracking, he's for it. Then he's against it. Now he's for it again. Biden has been on the same side of every issue.
Absolutely. If you look at him, he's been in office for 47 years. Joe, you've had 47 years to do something. You haven't done it. And all of a sudden, all the problems that we have in today are Donald Trump's fault. But you had 57 years, and you were in the White House for 8 years. 8 years, Joe. And everything you touched as far as foreign policy has been a disaster. It's been one gigantic disaster. Whatever you touched has been horrible. That's one of the reasons why I don't think we spent enough time in the debate talking about foreign policy, because if you talk about foreign policy in Joe's record, it's horrible. It only came up, I think, in my personal opinion, because of the emails and the laptop, because that's jeopardizing our international security.
Exactly. And I think you are dead on right. Joe was in the White House for 8 years. And they talked about criminal justice reform. Trump said, why didn't you do it? You were in office for 8 years. Why didn't you do it? Joe said, we had a Republican House. The first 2 years, you had a massive majority in the House. You had 60 seats in the Senate, and you didn't do it. He says it's because of the Republican House. Trump did it with the Democrat House. 358 people voted for it in favor of Trump's First Step Act. 358 people. Joe couldn't get it done. He says he's a unifier. He can't unify the House. He can't even get them to vote on that. He says he's a unifier, yet he makes comments like, if you don't vote for me and you're black, you ain't black. He says 10 to 15% of Americans just aren't good people. He's not a unifier. He can't get anything done.
Yeah, and I really love the awakening that's happening in the black community, and you're starting to see a large percentage of African Americans going to conservatism, showing their allegiance with President Trump in this country, and breaking away. And of course, Brandon Straka from Walkaway, #Walkaway, has done a fantastic job pulling people away from the Democratic Party. There's so many people that have been misled by the Democrats that they were for you. African Americans, they're for you. The LGBTQ community, they're for you. Latinos, they're for you. And quite honestly, if you look at the policies, they're not for them at all. And that's what Walkaway has done. It's an awakening in that party for them to come over and seek conservatism where you are free and your liberties are granted to you. I'm telling you folks, if you think the Democrats for 1 second are allowing you to live your life and have your religious freedom and all your God-given rights, you are wrong. This is like one of the biggest, it's one of the biggest hoaxes in all of the world. I really feel that.
Exactly. If you want to see what Democrats have done, go to Chicago, go to California, the whole state. You know, they claim to be for climate change. Their state's on fire. They say they know how to handle it. Their state's on fire. They can't get a hold of it. They can't figure it out. They say that they're going to combat poverty. They have the highest homeless population. You go through San Francisco, Nancy Pelosi's district. You go to Los Angeles, down Skid Row. Needles, fecal matter, tents everywhere. It looks like a tent store. Dick's Sporting Goods, it looks like that. So many people living there. They're one missed paycheck away from homelessness because of the poorly run state of California. They can't figure it out. They tax the businesses to death. They make them pay a minimum wage they can't afford. They make them hit all of these regulations that they can't do. Joe Rogan is not a liberal. Joe Rogan is not a conservative by any means, and he's leaving California. Ben Shapiro on the Daily Water, leaving California. Millions, thousands, leaving California every day because they can't afford to live there. People can't afford to live in houses in California. That's why you have so many people on the street. They can't afford to get a job. They don't have the resources because they're living on the street. That's California. And they say that they can help. The Democrats run California. If you want the rest of the country to look like that, do you really want the rest? Chicago, the same thing. New York City, the same thing. That's how the Democrats run things. We don't want that there in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, anywhere in the country. We can't have that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the stimulus aid for COVID, how that's been hung up, and did you notice how much just pork was included in that? I mean, there was stuff for cannabis research or something like that. Like, what in God's name does that have anything to do with putting money in my pocket so I can pay my mortgage and pay my rent and pay my bills? What that they have padded that thing with so much, pardon my words, crap, that is one of the reasons that it's been so critical, because it really wasn't there to help you. It was there to help everything, all their little pet peeve projects they had.
Exactly. You know, they have so many problems in that state right now. They need to get their priorities straight. Their state is literally on fire. On fire. They've got people living in the streets by the masses. And they're like, oh, let's get rid of gas-powered cars. Get your priorities straight, Newsom. Get in line. You don't know what you're doing. Get a grip. Hollywood can't relate to us. You know, Hollywood thinks they know best. We were watching a commercial last night in our room, and there were celebrities, they were naked and they were telling people to vote? What the heck?
Yeah, that's the level of our culture is we're going to get celebrities to be absolutely naked, encouraging you to vote. But that's what they think, Alex, that will resonate with young kids, people in the pop culture. They think that's what they want to see, is celebrities half naked telling you to vote. And quite honestly, probably the majority of them have no idea what the issues even stand for. They don't know what the issues are. They're so disconnected, they don't even know. So we have people like Alan West. We have great Americans. We have, you don't really see anyone, and I would be challenged anyone to show me a celebrity or a public figure that come out and endorse Trump that is questionable in his character.
Exactly. You know what? I think celebrity endorsements are vote blue because a naked celebrity told me to. That should be on a t-shirt. That is insane.
We talk about The Rock real quick. The Rock was very disappointing to me. When The Rock came out and endorsed Joe Biden, I was so disappointed in that because The Rock, to me, really represents strength, good values. The guy's a great family. He's a great father. He's a great American. But how big was that check that he had to get to vote and to endorse Joe Biden? I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, as soon as a Democrat endorses Joe Biden, or as soon as a celebrity endorses Joe Biden, everybody's hunky-dory, it's fine. But then you got 50 Cent, you got Ice Cube, you've got Kirstie Alley. They immediately attack them. Chris Pratt, they try to cancel them. They're not allowed to exist. They're subhuman. They're horrible people. They've always been horrible people. It's the same thing with Donald Trump. They loved Donald Trump before he ran for president. He ran and they hated him overnight. He was never a racist. He won the Ellis Island Award. He wasn't racist. Al Sharpton loved him. They loved him. And now all of a sudden he's the worst racist we've ever met. We've always hated him. He's a con artist. We hate the guy.
Yeah, I love seeing the pictures, and thank God for social media that we can show pictures back in the day when all these people that claim that he's a racist are all got their hands around him. They're all having dinner and all that good stuff. So yeah, it is unbelievable. But we're here, set the stage. If it's joining us, welcome. We are Right Side Broadcasting. Brian Glenn, Alex Caldwell here, broadcasting live from Lumberton, North Carolina, about 40 miles, I guess, south of Fayetteville, and we are waiting for the president. Word has it that he is on the way here. The motorcade has left the airport, and we should see him shortly. And of course, there's a buzz in the air, Alex, and it's something, I said earlier, you can attend any kind of rock concert, you can go to any kind of live event, but there's nothing like coming to this rally.
It's fantastic. There really is nothing like it. I can't describe it because words don't describe it. There's just so many people here. A sea of red hats, people from all walks of life, young, old, white, black, all of them. Male, female, everybody here. We even have American Indians here. Not Elizabeth Warren, but we've got real American Indians here. So many people, it's undescribable. There's so many people coming to watch him speak. He gets an audience. He gets a crowd. Biden gets no one.
And I think the one they had in Gaston, North Carolina a few days ago was huge. I'm going to say 28,000 was at that event. That's what we heard earlier from one of the state representatives. I would probably say here, Alex, they dropped 5,000 as a number earlier. I don't know the accuracy of that number, but if I just was to eyeball it, I'd probably say, all right, 5,000 is probably a good number.
Easily. And there's more people in the back. We can't really show everybody because of how cameras are angled, and there's a wall behind us, kind of. But so we can't really show you all that very well. But just take my word for it. So many people.
A lot of people here, and of course, you can always follow us on all platforms of social media: Twitter, Facebook, Right Side Broadcasting. Look for us. It's a great resource for all these rallies and really anything that is pro-Trump and pro-election. We've got that election coverage for you, and we are not stopping until, well, we're not even stopping November 3rd. We don't know because we don't really know if the results will be immediate. If it goes on and on and on, then that's just what we do. We go on and on and on, but we definitely want to encourage everyone to follow us on each platform, and you can follow us personally. I'm Brian Glenn TV, Brian Glenn TV, BrianGlenn TV, and then Alex Caldwell. You've got kind of a unique name for your handle, so let's give that out.
I do. It's Real A Caldwell. Real A Caldwell. Now, sometimes it's a little hard to find me. Twitter doesn't like me too much, so sometimes my name doesn't come up. But real A. Caldwell. Okay. Let's get to 2,000.
Let's do that. All right, I am now seeing the motorcade start to come in. I'm going to move out the side there so we can get a good shot. They're going to be coming off on your left, camera left, and it usually involves a bus, several military unmarked security cars coming in. So we are moments away. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that. It's kind of hard shooting where we're on these risers. We got these dump trucks that are blocking everything, and that is on purpose. That is a security measure here to have all these dump trucks lined up. Of course, you can imagine security's tight. We got people, security everywhere, on roofs everywhere. So we are trying to keep the president safe, but nevertheless, he looks like the motorcade is arriving, and we could be moments away from President Trump.
We can. And on our stream as well, you can see the split screen between Ohio and Lumberton, North Carolina. So you can also watch that rally develop. He'll be heading here afterwards. So please watch our stream on there as well. He'll be speaking. It's always an energetic speech, a fun day. So it'll be like you're there. I promise they'll do a great job of covering it. So please continue to tune in to us and continue to watch us. And please continue to donate to us as well, guys. I can't stress it enough because we are entirely viewer funded. We don't get our money from big people like Big Tech does. We are viewer funded from viewers like you. Small donations help, big donations help, everything helps. We're going to have 5 to 6 rallies a day for the coming weeks. And it costs a lot to get there, $5,000 to $7,000. That is a lot of money to get there. So, if you would like to help us out, please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that is rsbnetwork.com/donate. And if you can't get through right away, please try again later. That is rsbnetwork.com/donate. Now, you can also go to the YouTube live chat and donate through there. But you do take 30% of the money there. So if you don't want your money going to YouTube, please donate through our website at rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also mail your donation at 1550 Opelika Road, OPELIKA, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. So please donate to us.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm taking a look at some of the press corps coming in for the motorcade. I'm looking for a lot of familiar faces that we see with the president. So far, I don't see any of those faces. It's a lot of media people, obviously, Associated Press, a lot of White House staff arriving as well. But there's no doubt about it. The president is here in North Carolina, and we just cannot wait to hear the message he has for us. I will say this. This music is obsessively loud. Don't like it at all. Do not like it at all. Anyway, but it's a part of the problem. All right, so we're moments away. As a reminder, follow us on social media. We'll follow you back. Stay up to date with what's going on all the tour, all the rallies with nonstop coverage building up to November 3rd. And it looks like we got some people taking the stage. This is typically what they'll do is they'll come in, they'll set the teleprompters, they'll make sure the microphone's set, they'll set the president's notes there on the podium. They'll do all that prep before the president comes in. You know, just like before we get here. You know, our camera staff comes in here and sets it up for us, you know, as we love them and all the people here at Right Side that make the wheels go round and round. But we are moments away. We got to make sure we don't walk in this guy's shot. Let's move over just a little bit. As we have all the media up on this platform. And it can get a little tight here. I want to make sure we don't bump into his shot there. But we are waiting. The excitement is building, and of course, the president, I would imagine, is going to talk about the debate. He's going to recap the debate. He's going to recap some of the things he just talked about a couple of days ago, and really make that final push to November 3rd.
It's glad to hear. Could you repeat that question? It's kind of hard to hear you.
It's crazy. I was just saying, I can imagine the president's going to touch upon a lot of things right now from the debate. He's going to bring up the debate from the other night.
Oh, exactly.
He destroyed Joe Biden. He should be arrested for murder. He destroyed him. The whole fracking thing with oil. Joe Biden saying, I'm not going to get rid of oil. I love oil. Trump saying, yes, you do. Joe says, put it on your website. Trump says, okay, I will. The next day, actually, maybe that night, because the ad team for the Trump campaign is so on top of things. They are so good. They put it out. Joe Biden saying, I won't get rid of fracking. Put it on your website.
Yeah, they got a great media team over there.
Yeah. And then the compilation. Joe, I'm going to get rid of fracking. We're going to cut it out.
We might be getting an announcement here. Well, I don't know. We're going to go into one more song. Well, it seems we feel like we're going to get close. They roll another song on us, but hey, we know that he's back there in the tent somewhere. And I know we've done a great job trying to locate that. We got to look right now at the risers making his way back towards the center stage here as we're waiting any moments. The president, I would imagine, will walk out of that black tent, make his way to the podium, and speak for traditionally about an hour and a half. And I'm sure he's going to talk about foreign policy, being American, and all these things that, that's on the voters' minds right now. There's a lot of things that's on. It's like I would probably, and I'm just from the random things that I'm pulling out here, is get the economy back on beat. Get jobs open, get jobs, your church, our schools, get it all open.
Oh, exactly. That's exactly what our country needs. We need to reopen. We have the resources to. We know exactly what's going to happen under Joe Biden. He's going to shut things down again. We need to keep things open. The science says so. We're supposed to believe science, but the Democrats don't want to in this case. Now, our CEO, Joe, he's going to speak for a little bit. So we're going to cut out, and we're going to let him speak to you guys for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, let's throw it back in the studio.
All right, thanks, Brian, and thank you, Alex. We are looking live now at the scene in Lumberton, North Carolina. Quite a few folks showed up on a Saturday early in the day. Some of them have been here for 3-4 hours. We've been here for the duration. We also have our cameras in Circleville, Ohio, as you can see over here on the right-hand side of the screen. For the next rally up of the day, we will be in Circleville, Ohio for I believe it's a 4:30 p.m. Eastern start. And then that's not it. If you thought that was it, wrong. We are going to be in Wisconsin later on tonight for the nightcap. Tonight in, where were we at, Ben? Tonight in Wisconsin. I will figure that out. I don't even know. I've booked so much travel over the last 48 hours with all the 5 rallies were just announced yesterday as well. We'll be tonight in Wisconsin, Waukesha, Wisconsin tonight, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, I believe, is the start time for that one. Don't miss it because tomorrow we are also going to be in Manchester, New Hampshire. This is very difficult for us here to do. I was up till 4 a.m. booking travel for this one. But let's get that pulled up for you really quick. So Waukesha, Wisconsin tonight, Manchester tomorrow, then Monday in Pennsylvania, in Lidditz and Martinsburg on Monday. Martinsburg right by Altoona in that area in PA, and then Lansing, Michigan Tuesday, back to Wisconsin Tuesday, and Omaha, Nebraska on Tuesday as well. So that's going to be exciting for us. I don't think we've ever done a rally in Nebraska. So we're looking forward to going to that. We got Mike Magnificent lined up for that one along with Zoe. So it's going to be fun. If you want to support RSB and help us get to these rallies, obviously you know how to do that by now, rsbnetwork.com/donate. It is very important for us right now to have your support more than ever because we're in a fight for our lives. We're doing everything we can to help the president bypass mainstream media. You know, we are at every single speech. Every single rally, and it is just exhausting us. Our resources are exhausted, but I think we're going to be able to do it. But we are doing our best to compete with mainstream media on a day in, day out basis. We beat them on view counts every night, and we appreciate that. Most of them never show the full speeches on cable. So if you want to help us get there and help the president's message get out, rsbnetwork.com/donate was the best way to help, or you can donate in the super chat. We so much appreciate it because it's like a David versus Goliath thing. It's so difficult for us to compete with them. They have better quality equipment, but we're hanging in there. We're doing the best we can. But we have a staff in that. There you see the beast pulling up. So we're going to send it back here to our correspondents there on the ground. If you want to help us, rsbnetwork.com/donate. We'll be live all day today. You don't have to go anywhere. Lidditz, Pennsylvania on Monday, as well as Martinsburg on Monday. Tomorrow is Manchester, New Hampshire. And today we got 2 more after this. So tune in and enjoy the day. It's a Trump day, Trump rally day here on RSBN. So put the college football on a split screen and enjoy.
And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Thank you very much. And it's great to be in Lumberton. And I'll tell you, we have a lot of friends here. They said, please stop by. We said, let's do a quickie. We're on our way to Wisconsin and Ohio. We have some rallies, but we wanted to stop. I have a lot of friends in this group, so thank you very much. And 10 days from now, can you believe it? 10 days, 10 days. It seemed like it would never happen, right? 4 years, 10 days, we're going to win the state of North Carolina, and we're going to win 4 more years in the White House. At the debate this week, the American people saw a contrast between a 47-year career politician who's seen better days and a used public office, and really has used public office to enrich himself. You've seen that, right? And a businessman who entered public service. Believe me, with me, it's only a loss of money. I did this, and I did it gladly, because nobody has ever done what we've done in the last 4 years. If you look at it, nobody has been able to do it. For the last half a century, Joe Biden's been outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless and ridiculous foreign wars. I fight for the middle class, and Biden and his cronies serve only one class. They serve the donor class, believe it or not. Now, in all fairness, the donor class, I would be the greatest in history. All I have to do is call them, send 10 million, send 10 million. Everyone would send 10 million. But once you do that, you can't deal with them anymore. Once you do that, you can no longer do what's right for you. And it's just one of those little things. In 2016, North Carolina voted to fire this depraved political establishment, and you elected an outsider as your president. Happened to be me. And we're putting America, and I love the sound of that drum. That sounds... That's why I'm here. These people, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here for these people, right? You didn't think I'd come, did you, huh? They didn't think, because they haven't been treated well for a long time, right? You haven't been treated well, but now you're being treated well. You work hard, you raise your families, you follow your laws, you support your church, you serve your community, and you give your love and your loyalty to your country. But now you finally have a government and a president that is loyal to you. Joe Biden's allegiance is to his donors, and my allegiance is to the people of this country. That's it. That's it. In every meeting, in every situation, in dealing with every foreign leader, I am your voice, and together we are the voice of a great country. We are the voice of the United States of America, and we are respected again as a country, not like in the past where everybody took advantage of us. We're the voice for every citizen who has been neglected, abandoned, ignored, and forgotten. And maybe that's another reason I'm here, because this is a group that's been forgotten. On November 3rd, we will ensure the forgotten men and women of our country are never forgotten again. And I said that 4 years ago. I said that 4 years ago, and they said, where are all these people coming from? And by the way, just a little secret, you got to see all the people that are voting. They haven't figured it out yet, the fake news. Check out what's going on in Florida. Check out the numbers. I'm not talking about the polls. The polls, you know, although we have some good polls too, but they're the honest ones. Is that sun hot or what? I'm going to be a lobster. Do you mind if I cut this one at about 1/3? Because I'm going to be one hell of a sunburned person. Does anybody have some sun protection for your president, please? This is beautiful. Oh, man. I say to my kids, stay out of the sun. Always use sunblock. Hey, always use sunblock, and here I am. That's really brilliant. With your vote, we will continue to bring back your jobs, lower drug prices, cut your taxes, continue to cut regulations, even more important than the taxes. You know, you got the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. I got it for you. But you also got the biggest regulation cut in history. And you want to know the truth? Probably the reason we're so strong, we're coming back stronger than anybody. They're going crazy. This is not a V anymore, it's a super V. Wait till you see the numbers that are coming out. You support our police, protect our Second Amendment, defend our borders, and ensure more products are proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. Made in the USA. Been a long time since you've heard that. You know, when I was growing up, you'd have a car made in the USA, made in America, and you were very proud of it. Other countries used to take a dollar bill and they'd put it on the window of their car. Just a dollar bill, because they were proud of it. Now we're proud of it again. Now we're proud of it again, right? It's true. I have a friend from a country in Europe. They used to take a dollar bill. Everybody took a dollar bill and they'd put it in their window because they wanted to know it was made in America. Then we lost that pride. We lost it, but we're getting it back at a level that nobody would have thought possible. And remember when I first started campaigning, department stores, they wouldn't use the word Merry Christmas, those words, Merry Christmas. They'd say Happy New Year. Everything would be in red and snow and all the stuff, but they'd say Happy New Year. And I said, they will soon start saying Merry Christmas again. Now they're all saying Merry Christmas again, right? We will deliver record prosperity, epic job growth. Thank you, Biden. You know, I just watched Biden making a speech, and he goes, oh, thank you for everybody. Thank you. You know, there's people in cars. I don't get it. They're in cars. There were so few cars. I've never seen an audience like this. And he's going to all those people out there. There's like a few cars. And the cars weren't in a little circle. They were too close together, I think. They weren't socially distanced. But there were so few of them, it didn't matter. No, but he's going like this. And then I'll tell you, his partner, the media, they made a mistake, a tragic mistake. They showed the crowd. It was a disaster. They were screaming, "Don't do it! Don't do it. Don't show the crowd, please." We love to show the crowd. My problem is they never show the crowd. They never show the crowd. No, he just made it. I'm watching. I just can't watch. You know, you should watch, right? You should watch because you're supposed to, like, learn. You can't watch. It's not watchable. But he's going like this. Thank you, all those people out there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Actually, I didn't think he had that kind of sense in him to do that, to be honest. I was surprised he did that, actually. But they showed it. It was a tiny, tiny little crowd. You heard a couple of horns. Honk, honk. It's the weirdest thing. You make a speech and you have people honking. I like the drum behind me better. Because that really represents something. Look at those women. They follow me all over the place. Look at them back there. Look at them. See those women? They're very wealthy women from North Carolina. And I saw them 2 rallies ago. This isn't a rally. This is a get-together with friends of mine. This one. But they go, and I saw them 2 rallies ago in North Carolina. You know, you have a big state because it was like 7 hours away from where they live. They live in a very wealthy area, I suspect. But there are like 10 of them, and they follow. And I said, how many is it so far? They said, 61. I said, you mean you've gone to 61 rallies? And then the last time we saw them 2 nights ago, they were with their husbands. It can't be that easy to be married to them if they're going to follow 61. So I gave their husbands tremendous, where are their husbands? There, 2 of the husbands are right there. 2 of them. We have a good time, right? We have a good time. You have great wives. You have great women. They're great women. Thank you very much. It's always an honor. We have a lot of people. They follow. We have somebody, I hate to say this, we have somebody, he comes in a brick suit. Did you ever see these guys? They have brick. Because, you know, the wall is almost complete. Okay, can you believe it? But the brick represents the wall. And Mexico is paying for the wall. They'd like to have you say no, no. Once it was complete, once they knew the wall, oh, and we can't talk about the wall anymore, then they said, oh, listen, but Mexico's not paying for it. No, they are paying for it, so now they don't know what the hell to do. Just one of those things. They don't know what to do. Anyway, but it's a great honor to have you all. Great friends. Some great friends right here. We appreciate it. This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery and a Biden depression. Okay? Oh, by the way, are you going to Ohio tonight? Ohio and Wisconsin. Ohio, you should hop a plane. Come on. Maybe we'll take them on Air Force One tonight, husbands. We'll leave you behind. It can definitely carry them, that's for sure. One thing about Air Force One, there's always plenty of room. That plane is the largest plane. It's probably got more television sets in Air Force One than at any department store in the country, I suspect. But it's a choice between a Trump super boom and a Biden lockdown. Did you hear him the other night? It's going to be a cold, dark winter. Very inspiring guy. This is very inspiring. Whoa. I even said, whoa. Whoa. No, we got to have spirit, our country. You know, we're coming back. We're rounding the turn. We're doing great. Our numbers are incredible. And despite the fact that they're keeping certain states, North Carolina, get your governor to open up your state, please. This guy should be defeated. I think they're going to be voting for Dan, your lieutenant governor. I think they're going to be voting for Dan. Now, you got to get your governor to open your state. Got to get him. This is crazy what's going on here. And you know what they're doing? They're keeping it open until the election because they think that, you know, there'll be less business, so I'll report worse numbers. But the numbers are so good. The Fed, Atlanta Fed, I guess, I think it was the Atlanta Fed, said they think a GDP 35%. Now, who knows? I take 20 right now. I take 15 right now. Nobody's ever heard of 35. They predicted just 2 days ago a 35% GDP. Nobody's ever heard of that before. It's never been. I think the record is 7 or 8%, right? So we'll be at 35. I would say that's not doing too bad. I would not put Joe in charge because you will come crashing down because he wants to raise your taxes massively. How about the other night in the debate? He was doing okay. He was doing okay. He was going. And then the last question, I said, you mean you'd get rid of oil? He said, yes, I'd wean ourselves off of oil. I said, we just won Texas. We just won Pennsylvania. We just won a lot of different places. I win. And then they spent the next 2 days trying to convince you that he didn't really mean that. No, Joe is not what you need. I know what you need. I know what you need. You need Trump. You need Trump. Oh, I know what you need. We're making such deals. Even as an example. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Listen, even as an example, we got off that crazy Iran deal, right? The Iran nuclear deal, where Obama gave him $150 billion for the privilege. We're making deals in the Middle East. They're signing up like hotcakes, right? No blood in the sand, no nothing, no wars. We just signed yesterday Sudan. So we have Bahrain. We have United Arab Emirates led by a great leader, a great warrior. And we have many others right in the back. Could you imagine if somebody else had to take over the negotiations of the Middle East deal? That would be the end of it. You could say, bye-bye, Middle East peace. They'd spend 1,000 times more money and they wouldn't get it done. We're spending nothing. We're getting them to be smart. They don't want to fight. You know, they fought so long. Even though a lot of them are warriors, they're tired. You get tired of fighting. Afghanistan, we're coming home. They're tired of fighting. Everybody's tired. 19 years in Afghanistan, we served as policemen. You know, we're like policemen in Afghanistan. We could win that thing so easy, but we're like policemen. And it's enough. 19 years. Would you say 19 years is enough? We bring them home, right, Dan? We bring them home. We're bringing our troops back home. I'm taking a lot of heat. I'm taking a lot of heat from the military-industrial complex. Did you ever hear of that? The military-industrial complex doesn't like that I'm bringing them back home. But if it's okay, we're bringing them back home. Our troops are coming back home. We're in so many countries. We're in countries that you've never heard of. And they don't even appreciate it, on top of it. They don't even appreciate it. No, we're bringing them back home. If Joe Biden and his Democrat socialists gain power, they will delay the vaccine, which is happening. I mean, we got them. They're coming real soon. In fact, if it weren't for politics, I wouldn't be surprised if it would have been here before, but it doesn't matter. They're Johnson & Johnson, Moderna. We have many great companies, really great, Pfizer, all right there, supposedly. Great stuff. They're doing that final test, and it's coming. They prolong the pandemic. That's all I hear about now. That's all I hear. Turn on television, right? COVID, 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 COVID. A plane goes down. 500 people dead. They don't talk about it. COVID, 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 COVID. By the way, on November 4th, you won't hear about it anymore. It's true. COVID! COVID! Please don't go and vote. COVID. Please do not, under any circumstance, you cannot go out and vote, except the problems are that in Florida, the people that are going out to vote, nobody's ever seen anything like it because they're tired of all of this stuff. They're tired of such negativity. Hey, by the way, I had it. Here I am. I mean, you know, here I am. And now they say I'm immune. Now, it used to be that if you had it, you were immune for life, right? For life. With me, they say I'm immune for 4 months. In other words, once I got it, the immunity went down from life to 4 months. So I don't know. They don't know either. Who the hell knows? All I know is that for a little while, for at least 4 months, I can run in there and kiss every one of you, men and women. I'll kiss every one of them. I'll kiss them. No, it's, you know, and you get over it, and then you're immune, and, you know, for whatever period of time. No, it's true, though, didn't it? You heard for life. You're immune, right? Immune. As soon as I got it, I said I was immune. They said, only for 4 months. They brought it down from life. Because that's the fake news. They're fake. The cases are up, but listen to this. They all talk about cases. You don't see death, cases. You know why we have cases? Because we test so much. And in many ways, it's good, and in many ways, it's foolish, okay? In many ways, it's very foolish, because every time you test, like, for instance, Barron Trump. Did you ever hear of Barron Trump? He's a rather tall young man. He's tall, and he's a good kid, and he's strong, but he had it. They said, sir, madam, I'm sorry to inform you, your son has tested positive, Barron. I said, oh, no. 15 seconds later, sir, your son no longer has it. No, it's true. I said, how's Barron doing? Oh, he's fine, he's fine. I said, what do you mean? You just, oh, no, he's fine. They have a very strong immune system, 99.9 something, right? 99.9. Go back to school, North Carolina. Go back to school. Barron Trump, a legend. He's a legend. He got rid of it so fast, but the kids get rid of it fast. The strong immune systems. The mortality rate is down 85% because of the therapeutics and all. They learn. I mean, they know what to do. In other words, by doing all of this testing, we have the best in the world. I get calls all the time from leaders. Your testing is the best in the world. I said, do you test? No. I said, you don't test? No. That's why they have no cases, or very few cases. You know the cases they have? When somebody's sick, they call it a case. I said to one gentleman who's very tough man, runs a tough country. I said, do you test? Yes. When somebody comes into the hospital and throws up all over the floor, we test. But we never test other than that. I said, so do you have cases? No, we show very few cases. So we show more cases because we test. So Barron Trump is, as an example, it's a case. All the kids are a case. And by the way, they're very young now. You know, they're testing schools and high schools and this and that. And what it does is it gives the fake news media something to talk about. So they say cases are up in the United States. That's because we test. So India has 1.5 billion people, and they do testing. They test a tiny fraction of the number of people that we test. So the good is that we know where it is, etc., and we have to protect our seniors, and that's really the most important thing. But when you see all this stuff, watch, they'll go home. Cases are up. Cases are up, and I saw it today. But that's because of tests. Does that make sense? Now, if we cut it in half, and by the way, spend a lot of money on testing, too. You know, we're not allowed to say that. We're not allowed to say we're spending billions of dollars on testing. But if we tested half, cases would be half. And they'd have a headline. Cases drop magnificently. But they want us to test. And part of the reason is that we're dealing with some very bad people. We're dealing with some good ones, too, by the way, some good journalists, but we have a lot of very bad people. You saw that recently, where they're trying to protect Sleepy Joe and his family from total corruption. I mean, this is totally corrupt. So they refuse. I give the New York Post, my hometown paper, right? The New York Post, great, fourth largest paper in the country, the oldest paper by far, founded by Alexander Hamilton, if I remember the headline correctly. Alexander Hamilton, not bad. New York Post is really doing the thing. And they banned the New York Post from social media. Can you believe it? The New York Post cannot be posted. But you know what? They're doing very well, and they're very proud of the job they're doing. And the country is very proud of the New York Post. But others, like the New York Times, they won't cover it. They won't cover this massive corruption that's taking place, where a son follows a father into a foreign country, and he's like a human vacuum cleaner. The son had no job, no nothing, unfortunately was forced out of the military, and all of a sudden he's making millions of dollars a year. He goes to work for $183,000 a month on the board of an energy company that has very questionable reputation. 183, Burisma. And he's on the board, $183,000 a month. His father is in charge of Ukraine, right? His father is in charge of 3. Obama, I was surprised he gave him this much responsibility, because I wouldn't. His father's in charge of Russia, Ukraine, and China. No, think of this. They put Joe, Sleepy Joe, in charge of 3 countries. Russia, Ukraine, and China, right? Is that right? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter? Isn't this more interesting? They put him in charge. See, he can't do that. He can't go off teleprompter. If he does it, he can't even go on teleprompter. It doesn't. But listen. So he's got Russia, he's got Ukraine, got China. Okay. So Russia, the mayor of Moscow's wife, who's a very wealthy man, she's a very wealthy woman, retired, give him $3.5 million. I wonder why. It must be for his great knowledge of markets. But they gave him 3.5. So when I asked at the debate about it, Chris Wallace said, no, you can't ask him that question. I said, why not, Chris? Why not? By the way, Kristen Welker did a very good job, much better than Chris Wallace. And now Chris Wallace is going on. How did Trump do? Did you see it was 91% for Trump, 9% for Sleepy Joe. Did you see that? A poll. That's when I like polls. You know, when I get them in my favor, I like them. When they come in my favor, I repeat them all the time. I say they're great. When they're not in my favor, I don't discuss them. But they are wrong. They are so wrong. The worst polls are the Fox polls, believe it or not. They're the worst. You know, if you see that poll, it's the same thing I had 4 years ago. 9 states, guaranteed loss. I go into the election. I'm saying, man, this is going to be embarrassing tonight. Darling, this is going to be a very embarrassing evening. I'm not used to losing. Out of 9, I'm down all 9. I'm going to lose all 9. At the end of the evening, I won all 9. All right? I was 9 for 9. I was 9 for 9. And I said, I think these polls are a little bit off. Well, they do it on purpose. You know, it's suppression. They want to depress you so that your beautiful wife, you go out, and they say, you know, we love our president, or before president, we really like Donald Trump a lot. He could do a great job. But, you know, he can't win. The polls are saying he can't win. These polls are much better than 4 years ago, by the way. In fact, now they're getting awfully close. Now, you know, because they can't be embarrassed a second time. They can't. So they're getting a little bit too close. People are very angry at the polls, but it's suppression. You know, we really like him a lot, but let's go to a movie because, you know, he can't win. So let's go to a movie, darling, and then we'll come home and watch this horrible, horrible defeat of a person that could have been a great president. And they come home, and what happens is millions of people do that, except for one problem. 4 years ago, nobody did it. They went and voted instead. They said, let's go and vote instead of going to see a movie. The movies are no good anyway, okay? They don't make them like they used to make them, I can tell you that. We like those old movies much better, right? But no, and so they go out and they vote. And all of a sudden, remember Hillary said the deplorables? Whoever thought when crooked Hillary? I watched that expression. She called people deplorables, right? And I didn't think, do you remember the other word she used? She used 2 words, deplorable. Very good. Wow, that's a historian. I didn't think anybody would get, I love these little tests, you know? No, I love these little tests. That's right, irredeemable. And I said, that's a horrible word, irredeemable. But it wasn't irredeemable that caught on. To me, irredeemable is worse than a deplorable, right? Which is worse? I think irredeemable. I said, she just called half of the people in the nation irredeemable and deplorable. I watched it live. It was not the most exciting speech, but I said, oh, that's a very nasty thing to say, but I figured nothing. The next day, everybody, I'm a deplorable. The T-shirt was the #1. It was a disaster. Whoever wrote that line for her, he should be out of politics forever. Do we agree? I mean, it was a disaster. So anyway, these are just little sidelights that I give you while I'm baking in the sun. My people are genius. You know, I have a very powerful head of hair. If they would have turned me this way, it would have been hitting me on the hair, and it wouldn't have hurt. In fact, it would have made me even more blonde. I'm fighting for every American of every background, race, color, and creed, including Native Americans. That's why I'm here, Native Americans. That's why we're here. The last administration promised to bring hope and change to Indian country, but they cruelly abandoned you the moment they got your vote, and they went to Washington. That's what they do. By the way, African American, for 3.5 years, they treat them terribly. And then 6 months before the election, they come and they say, I'm going to give you everything. They get the vote, and then they give them nothing. And now they're shocked because we're doing great with African American. We're doing great with Hispanic American. It's gone on for 100 years. It's gone on for 100 years. Give me your vote, give me your vote. And then after the election's over, it's like, gee, I don't remember you. Let's talk in 3.5 years from now, right? Under this administration, you will never be abandoned. I will always stand proudly with our incredible Native American communities, always. Last week, I put forward a vision for Indian country grounded in respecting tribal sovereignty, promoting safe communities and building a thriving economy, delivering better health care, and protecting Native American cultures, languages, and history. Over the last 4 years, I created a nationwide task force to combat the crisis of missing and murdered Native Americans, especially women and children, which is a tremendous problem. You know, I signed into law something about 3 months ago, and a lot of it having to do in Arizona and New Mexico, different places in the country. But it's a serious problem. What happens with murder of women and children in Indian country is a terrible thing. So we're working on it very hard, and for the first time, we have it funded well. It's well funded, and we're looking for these monsters. We're looking for these monsters that do it, and we're looking for people that are missing. It's a tremendous problem. We provided nearly $450 million to support law enforcement and fight the opioid epidemic, and we've made really big progress. And to defeat the virus, we made the largest investment in Indian country in our history. So we're working very hard because the Indian country has been hit very hard by the China plague. That's where it comes from. They say, please don't mention China. I said, why? That's where it comes from. They call it Corona. It sounds like a beautiful seaside island in Italy. No, it's not Corona. It's called the China plague. To deliver jobs and opportunity, we created more than 360 opportunity zones in Native American communities. It's had a tremendous effect. Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott did that with me. I'm also supporting school choice for Native Americans and every parent all across America. With us today are members of the incredible Lumbee tribe, which has been wrongly denied federal recognition for more than a century. All I know is you have congressmen that want to get this moving. They said, sir, you have to be here with the Lumbee tribe. I said, explain to me about the Lumbee tribe. And they did, but you have congressmen that are with you all the way. Republican, they happen to be Republican, but what can you do? Biden and Obama promised to end this injustice a long time ago and many times, and they broke their word every single time. Just all talk. I told it to him the other night. Joe, you've been here for 47 years. But more importantly, you were here for 3.5 years ago. Why didn't you do it? All this different stuff. We should have done this. We should have done that. We should have closed earlier. Of course, he has one little problem because 2.5 months later, he thought I shouldn't have closed, right? You know. How about his line that we should have closed? I banned people from China, where it was heavily infected, from coming into our country. Biden was totally against that. He called me xenophobic. And now he goes out and says, we should have done it sooner. No, he didn't want to do it at all. And then 2.5 months later, he realized he was wrong. Same thing with crazy Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, crazy. She's crazy as a bedbug. Nancy Pelosi, in between stints without mask at beauty parlors. Hey, how about that beauty parlor owner? She was a Trump fan. Do you believe it? She was a Trump. In San Francisco, she was a big Trump fan, and she didn't like what was happening. She didn't like seeing Nancy Pelosi raring at everybody for masks, and then she walks in, hey, haircut, whatever the hell you do to my hair. Give me something, give me something. I want something as fast as you could do it. No, that wasn't good, Nancy, that wasn't good. But this turned out to be a Trump supporter. Can you believe it? The beauty parlor owner. In fact, I think I'm going to go there, maybe have my hair touched up a little bit, because she looks very talented. She's good. She looks good. When I'm reelected, I will proudly sign the Lumbee Recognition Act that should have been signed a long time ago. And the people of North Carolina want that. The people of North Carolina want that, so that's good. That's great. All of your people are here, and it's great. It's a great thing. The people of North Carolina want to see that happen. Your congressman, but North Carolina wants to see it happen. Also with us today is Sonny Perdue, our great Secretary of Agriculture. Where's Sonny stand? I don't recognize you with the big mask. Sonny, I'm very impressed. Look at that. Wow. You've come a long way, Sonny. And he's a great secretary. We've given away, let's see, given away $28 billion from China directly to our farmers and ranchers. Right? I said, Sonny, let me ask you. He's great. Secretary of Agriculture. I said, Sonny, he knows more about farming. You know, I interviewed 9 people. They were all central casting. They had one problem. They knew nothing about agriculture. One of them, I said, have you ever been to a farm? No, sir. I said, do you know what a horse is or a cow? Yes, sir. Pictures, little pictures. But I said, you've never been. And this was, you know, standard, but they would have looked perfect. I mean, it would have been perfect, but they knew nothing. But I was all set to pick one of them because we're into the world of politics, right? And then Sonny comes in. I said, you know, I don't want to really see him. The guy is like, he's been governor of Georgia, very popular for 8 years. He was term limited, otherwise he'd still be there. Although Brian's doing a very good job, I have to say. Really good job, the current governor. But Sonny was a very popular politician in Georgia, would have been there as long as he wanted to be. But it was 8 years. And I said, look, I don't want to look at this guy. He's like, I don't want to look, he's not perfect. He doesn't set them all. Meaning, he looks too much like me. Okay? I don't want that. And he comes in, and within 45 minutes, I knew everything about farming. I knew everything about agriculture. I learned more in 45 minutes than I learned in 45 years of studying it. This guy is such a pro. And I said, how much? I said, Sonny Perdue, the great Sonny Perdue. I said, Sonny, let me ask you, China's targeting our farmers and ranchers. How much? $12 billion from 2 years ago. Right, Sonny? $16 billion this year, meaning last year. I said, good, we're going to tariff them, all of the goods coming in. And we gave the farmers $12 billion and $16 billion, and the farmers love Trump. I mean, they love Trump, right? How am I doing in Iowa, by the way, Sonny? Am I doing okay? Can you imagine if I lost in Iowa or lost in Nebraska? But I don't think that happens. No, we did it, and we did the right thing. They were targeted. This is why no president's ever taken on China, because they play tough. They say, we will target your farmers. Well, you're a politician. You can't lose the entire Midwest. In this case, I won the entire Midwest. Remember when you first came over, you said, sir, and he shows me a map of the country. The entire middle of that map was red. Red, meaning Republican, right? But this is why. So they say, well, we're going to target your farmers. So the politician, president, would say, well, don't do that. Let's delay action. So they continue to rip us off. I didn't say that. I charged them 25% tariffs. I charged them tariffs on dump steel. We took in much more than 28 billion. We took in 28 billion times, many times, okay? And the rest went to the U.S. Treasury, if that's okay. But we gave $28 billion to our great farmers. That's why our farmers are all in good shape. And 2 weeks ago, China, you know, I signed a trade deal, but it's not the same. I used to, I thought it was so great. I signed a trade deal that was so good. It was so brilliant. It was this great deal. But I don't feel the same way. The ink was drying on the trade deal when we got hit by the plague. So it's different. Does that make sense? It's just different. I don't feel the same. But 2 weeks ago, Sonny, they ordered the largest order of corn in the history of our country, the largest order of soybeans in the history of our country, and the largest order of beef in the history of our country. You know why? Because they think I'm going to win and they want to have me be happy. Because they're smart. Because they know the real numbers. You know, they're very smart. They know the real numbers. But no, they want me to be happy. And I appreciate that order. But our farmers said something to me that I can't. We had them in 2 years ago, and they were getting hit hard by China and a lot of other factors. And I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give you a subsidy. They said, sir, first time that ever happened, we don't want a subsidy. We don't want a subsidy. We just want a level playing field. And they were upset by the word subsidy. Remember that, Sonny? Everyone else comes in. They don't care. You can call it anything. We want money. We want money. Everybody, foreign nations, people, everybody, except the farmers. The only time it happened, sir, we don't want a subsidy. All we want is a level playing field. And it's so unfair. Farming has been going down for 20 years. It's been like a slide down. And now we got it perfectly. We have the USMCA instead of that horrible NAFTA deal that just kicked in. Everyone said impossible. And plenty of other things. We won't go into it, but our farmers are treated well. But China gave $28 billion, with a B, billion dollars that we divided among all of these great farmers. And we have a lot of happy people out there. And we're in that position where we made a great deal. But the bad part is what happened after the deal was made. We have some representatives here who have been incredible for Native Americans, for this particular area, by the way, for you more than anybody else, I have to say. Congressman Dan Bishop, did you ever hear of him? Dan Bishop and Congressman Richard Hudson. These are two great congressmen. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Richard. And they did it. They were the ones that called. There wasn't anybody. It wasn't Nancy. Nancy was not in favor. It wasn't anybody else. It was these two guys more than anybody else. And some help from some warriors, right? Some real warriors. Speaker of North Carolina House, a great gentleman, Tim Moore, young Tim Moore we call him, right? Good job you're doing. And a candidate for Superintendent, Catherine Truitt. Catherine, great. Good, Catherine. How are we doing here, Catherine? Are we doing good? We're going to win? We're going to win North Carolina? We better win North Carolina. I've been back here so much, I might as well just call it my home state. I've been here. Sleepy Joe doesn't make it too often, nowhere. He likes Delaware, you know, he never leaves out. Joe Biden will be speaking today. I said, watch, it's going to be Delaware. In Delaware, you know, it's 15 minutes from. Nah, you can't do that. You need energy. To be president, you need strength, you need energy. You need strength and energy. State GOP chair, somebody who's done a phenomenal job. Of course, if we don't win the state, he'll be fired so fast, your head will spin. Michael Whatley. Michael. Great, Michael. We're looking good, Michael, huh? And Chancellor Cummings of the UNC Pembroke, its chancellor, has done a fantastic job. Where's the chancellor? Where's the chancellor? Stand up, chancellor. Great job. UNC, that's great. Good area. Pembroke. Thanks also to Susan Tillis, wife of your great senator, who's making a very strong. He's moving along. He's moving along. He's going up like a rocket ship. We won't tell you the reason why. He should do it on his own merit. But Susan will take whatever it takes, right? Right? This other guy, he talked about honor. Honor, it's got to be honorable. Not one, but two. No good. No good. But Tom Tillis is a great guy, and he's really been, we've gotten to know each other really over the last year and a half more than anything else. And I got to tell you, he's great, and I think he's going to do terrifically. And I know he's out. I said, don't come here. We've got you covered here. We got him covered, right? Go out and campaign, but I appreciate you being here, Susan. Say hello to Tom. I think he's making it big. I think he's making it big. For years, Joe Biden fought to cut your Social Security and Medicare. You know that, right? He tries to deny it. A fact which Joe, in a debate with crazy Bernie Sanders, tried to get out of. So today I want to show you. I brought it along. You know, we're giving you an A version This is an A version. We're giving you the big rally version as opposed to a little get-together with Indian Nation. But we're giving you the big deal. So I want to show you Joe Biden on Social Security. You can't cut Social Security, right? If you're a politician. Watch this. The video, please.
Let me ask you a question, Joe.
Yeah.
You're right here with me.
Yeah.
Have you been on the floor of the Senate? You were in the Senate for a few years.
Yeah.
Time and time again, talking about the necessity, with pride, about cutting Social Security, cutting Medicare, cutting veterans programs.
No.
You never said that.
No.
When I argued that we should freeze federal spending, I meant Social Security as well. I meant Medicare and Medicaid. I meant veterans benefits. I meant every single solitary thing in the government.
Look, here's the deal.
You're an honest guy. Why don't you just tell the truth here? We all make mistakes.
I am telling the truth.
And I not only tried it once, I tried it twice, I tried it a third time, and I tried it a fourth time.
Joe, let me repeat it again. I want you just to be straight with the American people. I am saying that you have been on the floor of the Senate time and time again talking about the need to cut Social Security, Medicare, and veterans programs. Is that true or is that not true?
No, it's not true.
That is not true?
That is not true.
I meant veterans benefits. I meant every single solitary thing in the government.
Everything was on the table. I did not support any of those cuts in Social Security or in veterans benefits.
Whoa. Everything was on the table. All right, you're right. You just said it, including, in your judgment, cuts to Social Security and veterans.
In order to get the kinds of changes we need on other things related.
Joe, then
but we did not cut it.
I know, because people like me helped stop that. All that I would say to the American people, go to YouTube. It's all over the place. Joe said it many, many times, and I'm surprised. You know, you can defend that or change your mind on it, but you can't deny the reality.
You know, I was making a speech a couple of weeks ago. That's how this happened. And there was a line in there done by a professional. You know, I don't usually use the speeches too much because it gets a little cumbersome and boring. But I read one line that he cut and really fought to cut Social Security and Medicare. These are two things politically you can't even think about, right? I've seen people, they go down 40 points if they even suggest it. So I said, this must be wrong. It's wrong. They said, no, sir, it's true. I said, there's no way it's true. Then they go back and they found out. He also wanted to cut aid to our vets. Can you believe that one, right? So we went back and we found the clip, and the speechwriters turned out to be right. I couldn't believe it. So we put it up on occasion, and we're putting it up for you. So remember that. And he'll cut your Social Security. He doesn't care. He has no idea what's happening anyway as president. I will always protect your Medicare and your Social Security. For 47 years, Joe Biden supported every wretched betrayal of the American worker. How about fracking? There will be no fracking. There will be no fracking. There will be no fracking. This went on for a year. Then the primaries ended. He goes to Pennsylvania where they frack. He said, I never said there would be no fracking. No, this guy, Sonny, this guy is crazy. He's either crazy or he's the worst liar. I actually think there's a third category. I think he doesn't remember. No, I think he doesn't remember what he said 3 weeks ago. No, he says for 1 year there'll be no fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania, and then he argues with me. He said, I never said that. I said, I'll put it up. And we put it up. I think my people put it up about 20 minutes before the debate ended. But the greatest part of the debate was the end, right? That end was so beautiful. He's going to wean himself off oil. I said, Texas, are you listening? Pennsylvania, Ohio, are you listening? No, it's a fraud. The whole deal with him is a fraud. He was a cheerleader for NAFTA, the worst trade deal in history. Now you have great USMCA. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization, which made China into a powerful force, obliterating your industries and laying waste to your towns, your cities, your states. I ended Joe Biden's NAFTA nightmare and replaced it with that brand new, beautiful USMCA, Mexico-Canada. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, our southern border. And we're finishing the wall, 400 miles plus already built. Think of that. 400 miles. You know what 400 miles is? That's a lot. We'll be finished very shortly, and it's exactly what they wanted. I said to the Border Patrol, give me your best, just give it. I figured it would be a nice concrete plank, boom, 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 right? Precast. That was my business. I was really good at that business. So I sort of saw a concrete plank, boom. And it turned out they don't want that. They want steel and concrete, and they want vision, and they want all sorts of things. But in the end, they were right. I wanted to give them what we're doing it. We might as well do it right. More expensive, but we might as well do it right. So we gave them a wall that is not penetrable, and it's got hookups to every form of computer known to man. Right? Remember when they said the wall is a wall? It's obsolete. I said no, walls are not obsolete. Two things, right? Walls and wheels will never be obsolete. A chip will be obsolete in 12 seconds after they develop it. A computer, a new laptop, like, for instance, the laptop from hell. You know, his laptop. We call it the laptop from hell. Joe Biden has vowed to open borders. He wants to open your borders, doesn't want to have borders. You don't have a country if you don't have borders. You don't have a country. Mass amnesty, sanctuary cities, and nationwide catch and release programs. Catch them, murderers, rapists, release them into our country, and they never come back. He was wrong. He said they come back for a trial. They don't come back. They don't come back. They never come back. He has even pledged free health care for illegal aliens, putting you at jeopardy because the country doesn't have the money. What happens is you have millions and millions of people pour into our country once you do that. He wants free education, free health care. If Joe and Kamala, she's another one. She's the most liberal. She makes Bernie Sanders look like a conservative. If Joe and Kamala are elected, it will trigger a tsunami of illegal immigration from every corner of the world. Tens of millions of people will flood into our country. You're not going to be too happy in North Carolina. Now, he oftentimes wouldn't say North Carolina. He'd point, you're not going to be too happy in, let's see, where are we? You're not going to be too happy in Florida. No, we're in North Carolina, Joe. Oh, I'm sorry. In North Carolina, I'm sorry. And I always say, once you do that, forget the speech, just walk off, because the speech is over. You could be the great Winston Churchill, great speaker, great orator. But if you make that mistake, I don't care how well you speak. You're in trouble, right? She said yes, right? He's done it many, many times. And the other thing he does, he keeps getting the presidency mixed up with the Senate. He said, I am a proud Democrat running for the U.S. Senate. Thank you very much. Now, the first time was not really forgivable. You know, there are some things where you can sort of say, you know, it's okay. But that's sort of like, that's a bad one. But then he did it a second, and I think a third, I heard the other day. There's something going on up there. We can't play. You know, we're playing with our country. We're playing with the greatest country in the world. We're playing with a country that has potential, the likes of which nobody even understands the potential of this country. We cannot play games. You know, we can be nice and say, oh, isn't that nice? There are some people that, frankly, are going to vote for him for that reason. I won't say the reason, but they're going to vote for him. They feel badly. They feel sorry for him. I'm sorry. You can't do that. We are playing in the big leagues, whether it's Putin or Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un from North Korea. Remember, we were going to be in a war with them 3.5 years ago. Remember? What happened to the war? What happened to the war? What happened? President Xi of China. You ever see him standing looking over the troops? One thing I can tell you, they are 100%. And they will be for a long time. And when they're not, they'll be taken out so fast your head will spin. There's no games, and we can't play games either. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military. And maybe almost as important, defense spending in North Carolina, as you know very well, you're all sitting there very happy, very rich. It soared. A lot of stuff built right here. Made in the USA, all of it. Made in the USA. A lot made in North Carolina. I will always stand with the great men and women who serve our nation in uniform. We have a tremendous group, except unfortunately, a lot of times they'll get these ballots, and they're military ballots, and it says Trump. We vote for Trump, Trump, Trump. And they find them in garbage cans. No good, right? No good. I just voted. I voted in Florida. I just voted. I'll tell you, I went there and voted. There is no way you get away with anything. Sir, please, could I see your identification? No, I'm the president. No, sir, I have to see. Oh, here's my passport. Is that good enough? Barely, sir, barely. Well, passport. Okay, sir. You could sit down, sir. Could we give you a couple of... Can you believe this? They were so good. I said, you can't get away. There's nothing you could get. The people that I just went through. It was like a movie. It was perfect. It was so professional. And then you see... Send in ballots. Thousands and millions of ballots are being sent. Send them in. This is a horrible thing. And to be honest with you, it's the only way we can lose, because I see the crowds. Joe has 14, 15 people show up for a rally. This is a rally for some friends of mine, and look at the number of people. This isn't a rally, actually. This was a little get-together that we wanted to do for our congressmen, because they've been fighting so hard for that special group of people here and there. But we can't play games. This is our country, and you should have voter ID. Everybody should have voter ID, right? They don't want voter ID. You know why the Democrats don't want voter ID? Only one reason: bad purposes. There's only one reason you don't want it: because you're going to cheat. Why wouldn't they want voter ID? They have voter ID on almost everything. You know, to get into the Democrat National Convention, we did get higher ratings than them, by the way, I hate to tell you. You know, they put out a thing, but it turned out to be very wrong. They're tough players. But to get into the Democrat National Convention, you had a card, and it had ID on it, and it had your picture. Isn't that nice? But to vote, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do. To get into their convention, their national convention, they have a ID card, and yet they don't want it for the vote. And just think about that. The last administration failed our veterans. I reformed the VA, passed VA choice and VA accountability, and veterans approval of the VA is now at 91% ever. Right? I did more in 47 months than Sleepy Joe did in 47 years. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, a limitless future for all Americans. It's really a vote for the American dream. It is. And it's a vote for your Second Amendment. It's a vote for your Second Amendment. Remember that. Your Second Amendment. They're going to take your guns away. Sure as you're there. If something happened with me, the guns are gone. Your Second Amendment will be either obliterated totally or almost totally. And in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance totally on China. It's already started. We will hire more police. We love our police. Increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement. And we will ban deadly sanctuary cities that are so dangerous. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, the right to life, and the right to keep and bear arms. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. You have no excuse, because we have the numbers. You just got to get out and vote. If you don't vote, you're going to be very unhappy, because your country will never be the same. They'll court pack. They're going to court pack. Pack your courts with super radical lefts. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will maintain. I'd love that even longer. You could do it all day, but this sun is killing me. It's the only time I've ever stopped applause. I got to get out of here. My people did a great job. Great job, fellas. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. America will, and you know this, America will land a woman and be the first, right, on the moon. And the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. We've already started the process. And NASA now is the leading space center in the world times 10. There's nothing even close. And it was abandoned when I got to it. It was abandoned. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto. As you know, they wanted to get rid of the word God, right? You wanted to get rid. Let's take the word God out. They tried it twice in their Pledge of Allegiance. In fact, the first time I heard it, I said, oh, they must have made a typo. Then I heard it a second time. I said, that's not a typo. They took the word God out. And they politically had to put it back in, but they'll fight for that. And all of a sudden, they'll call you horrible people for wanting it. No. In God we trust. In God we trust. For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of North Carolina. For the last 4 years, you've seen me fight for you, and now I'm relying on you to deliver a historic vote in the most important election in the history of our country. The most important election. From Asheville to Charlotte, from Wilmington to Raleigh, and from Greensboro to right here in Lumberton. Lumberton, we like Lumberton. We stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul to secure our liberty and defend our freedom. We inherit the legacy of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, traversed the continent, the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal, raised up our great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and landed our brave American astronauts on the face of the moon. We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. It's coming back, and you see it. We're driving them crazy. They don't know what to do. Their heads are exploding. They don't know what to do. They've never had anything like this. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and together with the incredible people of North Carolina. And my little granddaughter named Carolina. But I'm going to give South Carolina a little credit for that, too. Is that okay? Is that okay? Let's give them a little credit, right? We love South Carolina. We have made America powerful again. Our military, greatest in the world. It was depleted. It was tired. It was old. Greatest in the world, 2.5 trillion, powerful. We have made America wealthy again. Stock market, record highs. 401ks, record highs. Let him double, triple, quadruple your taxes. You'll be taking your 401ks, throwing them away. You want to make room in the house that just got a lot smaller. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, North Carolina. Good luck.
All right, President Trump is wrapping up there now in North Carolina. He'll now make his way to Centerville, Ohio, which, as you can see.
All right, there we have it. Let's make America great again. That wraps up Trump's speech here in Lumberton, North Carolina. To recap this speech, obviously touched upon the debate the other night, a lot of topics that came up, obviously a lot of things that have been in the news over the last few days. President Trump recapped that. Biden's laptop, all of the misinformation coming out, recapped it all. And of course, he's having a good time as he exits the stage here in Lumberton, North Carolina. The president also talking about the need to get out and vote. Obviously, we're just 10 days away, and he says there's no excuse. He's laid out the plans. He's laid out an agenda to keep this country going back on the right track, and it's up to us as American voters to get to the polls and simply cast that vote on November 3rd. And I've spoken time and time again, it is important that the evangelical vote gets out. Over 30 million Christians back in 2016 did not vote, and they say, Brian, why do you keep saying that? Because this election is as tight as possible, and we need every sector in our population that perhaps did not get out and vote before, they simply do it now. All right, the president taking a few photos over there. Obviously, he's got a huge support here in North Carolina. He made mention several times for the tribe here, of the Native Americans here in North Carolina, the congressman in North Carolina, and they even give a shout out to a group of women here in North Carolina that apparently has followed this president around the country. And so it did seem like a very private engagement with the president. It wasn't one of these big 28,000 person arena where you have an enormous swell of support. This very intimate gathering here, and I personally like this type of gathering. I think that as a supporter for President Trump, it is definitely a more intimate engagement with this president, much smaller staging area, fewer people in the crowd here, but there's one thing for sure, that we are all support of this president. We thank you so much for watching us right here on Right Side Broadcasting. As always, we all exist because of you and your donations and your support. So simply give what you can. Go to our website, rightsidebroadcastingnetwork.com/donations. Simply go to our website, look for the donations tab, and give what you can there. Now, we are off. We are not finished. I am off to, I believe, Pennsylvania tomorrow, and then on to Michigan after that. We've got crews all over the country covering these events as, like Trump said time and time again, he will continue to campaign up until Election Day. Joe Biden, well, he's probably given a speech 15 yards out front of his out front of his house in Delaware. Anyway, we certainly appreciate you logging on. And of course, share this broadcast. If someone missed it today, share it. Tag a friend as well. And if you like what you're seeing, let us know. I've responded to about a dozen direct messages on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. We appreciate you. We want to engage with your conversation as well. If you have any questions you'd like us to throw out there and ask and talk amongst each other, we can definitely submit your questions online as well. I'll step back one more time. As you can see, everyone's kind of making their way out of here. I got to say that it did warm up here quite a bit from when we started here at 10 a.m. today. So we saw a few people leave a little early. Obviously, we're in the low 80s, and so you can only imagine how hot and tiresome it is for a lot of people to be out here sitting for 4, 5, 6 hours at a time. But President definitely recapping his agenda to make America great again. Until next time, God bless. We love you. Stay safe, everybody. We'll see you next time.
All right, thank you, Brian. And Alex has already left Lumberton, North Carolina, to catch his flight to Manchester, New Hampshire. We are running all over the country. It's really crazy. If you saw the scene here in the studio, we are running around here trying to make sure everybody is in place in all these different venues. We have 2 more rallies to go today. Circleville, I keep saying Centerville. I don't know. Circleville, Ohio, where Adrian Ferguson, Tom O'Neill, and our own Brick Suit, who got a sort of a shout out from the president in this rally here at Lumberton. He said, I hate to say it, but there's a guy that walks around in a brick suit at all the rallies. Well, we hope you don't hate to see our own Brick Suit, Mr. President. He's a huge fan, and obviously we are thrilled to have him here at RSBN. He'll be with us here in Circleville, Ohio, which will start in a minute. If you're watching this on the Lumberton, North Carolina stream, we're going to end that stream. Head over to the Circleville stream. We've got Tom O'Neill and Brick Suit, Adrian Ferguson. Tom and Brick work together really well in Prescott, Arizona, and they're very funny. So you need to tune in to that. Circleville, Ohio, starting soon. The president now leaving to Circleville tonight. We're not even done after that. Not by a long shot. We are going to be headed to Wisconsin tonight. We have a crew standing by in Wisconsin. We have Lilith and Lilith Van, I'm going to try to say it, Vanetzian, I believe, Vanetzian, Lilith Vanetzian. We have Liz Willis, and we have also Grace Saldana standing by in Wisconsin. So we're crisscrossing the country. We're making it happen, folks. All those donations are being put to good use because it is, and believe me, we are exhausted, but we're going to continue on. We got 10 days to go. So we're not going to stop. We're going to keep going. I appreciate all your support. If you want to continue to help us get there, rsbnetwork.com/donate. What we're doing is unprecedented. Believe me, never been tried before, at least not to my knowledge. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you soon in just a minute from Circleville, Ohio. We are already live on that stream, so migrate on over there. Y'all have a good Saturday. See you soon.